How's it going, everyone? We've got a special guest tonight. We've got Backwoods and Prepping.
You're not even going to say my name right?
Backwoods and Prepping. Yeah, I just stumble all over it, Here I am out of the gate, just falling on my face.
Nah.
How is everyone tonight? Mayhem, good to see you, brother. Reaper, overall?
Man, forget
all
me.
right. So this is going to be kind of unscripted, not even a bullet point list tonight. This is a discussion over bugging in versus bugging out, why you would do one or the other, or maybe both. You bug in for a while and then make your decision to bug out, or the other way around. Backwoods, what do you have to say? What do you think?
Well, I mean, I think, that we need to do the bug in, bug out, and I think we need to include the bug out versus a get home bag. You see what I'm saying? Just kind of throw it all, tie it all in together, because it all matters. It's kind of all the same subject.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, because I mean, if you're bugging out, you're going to want to have a bag. If you're trying to get home, you want a bag. So, Mayhem, dude, look, don't you forget, man, we're going to be on the same property next weekend. I'll time you out for a little while. Knock him out. He'll wake up an hour later talking about what happened.
Hey, Lone Wolf, how are you?
So
Yeah.
anyway, so I guess basically the whole thing is you got to start with, at bugging in versus bugging out. I mean, you gotta make your decision on there's so many different things to it. Like you gotta, are you going to have caches, that are in certain areas, you also have to understand that, you've already got a structure, if you're home, if you bug out, you don't. A lot of things to consider.
And it all depends on the scenario, where you are in your preps. There are a lot of factors that play into your decisions, and
Right.
even going over some scenarios, we could play those out. And I know y'all have done it, you said, on your channel, and something like that wouldn't be a bad practice just to go through for mental preparedness.
Well, the main thing about it is that you need to just you need to make a decision now. Should have already made that decision.
Yep.
If you're going to bug out or not. Obviously there's a time, I'm sure, if you plan on bugging in, there's going to be a time when you're going to have to bug out or die, I guess you can say. You know what I mean?
Right.
So you have to take that into consideration. One of the main things you got to make sure that you do is that you have a plan for the plan for the plan for the plan. And then you also have to know that none of that might work. And you just got to be adaptable and adjustable, and that's where you continue to, study and practice and watch the videos of, what's up, Hutch Homestead?
Hey, Hutch, how are you?
So you try to, you're going to want to try to learn as much as you can, at all times. And even if it's something you think go learn it some more. Never stop training. Never, and when I say training, I mean just, it goes with prepping. It goes with learning, heck, how to change a tire. Maybe you go and learn how to make one of these vehicles out here run, with maybe some old style parts. You know what I'm saying? After a SH, like an EMP type thing. Always learn stuff, when you get a chance.
Yeah, and as far as bugging out, you have additional scenarios and obstacles like what you said, vehicle issues. If you're bugging out, have extra parts for a vehicle or your method of travel. Have those caches set up. I personally, I don't use caches because they're not as secure as I would like, and anything that I would need to drop along my path, it's too valuable for me to lose. I'm cheap like that too, so
Right.
it's having on hand and being able to practice with what you have on hand, or even be able to practice with half of your preps. Say you get in an accident and have to shovel it off into another vehicle quickly, and it doesn't have enough room for your preps. Be able to practice those kinds of scenarios out, even mentally or better yet, physically. That would help you all along the way in a bug out situation.
Yeah. There's just, man, there's so many aspects to it, and I mean we can get into some of the aspects. That's not a problem. It's just everybody needs to know that no plan is perfect ever. And if you ever in your life think that you've got a spot in the woods that someone don't know about, you're fooling yourself.
Oh yeah,
I mean, you're just fooling yourself. Someone knows about that area of them woods. That's the thing you gotta always remember and take into consideration. You know, so once you do that, then you understand that to me when bugging out is really a bad idea because number one, you're you're automatically leaving most of your stuff because you can only carry so much. You
hey
know what I'm
Arkansas
saying?
living, how are you?
Arkansas living. What's up, bud?
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Backwoods.
No, you're all right, bud. Um, so you just got to understand that if you bug out, you're going to have to sooner or later build a structure.
Yep.
You know, building a structure takes energy, takes food, nutrition, water, and depending on your resources is going to depend on how much energy you can put out.
And how
Because
much, yeah, and how much time you have too.
right,
I
you got to
personally,
share this. Oh,
I look at it because I kind of aspire to be a homesteader as well,
mm-hmm.
and it's difficult to move animals, not impossible, but that's a pretty big target if you've got a giant truck and a giant trailer full of animals, and everyone's going crazy trying to get to their locations. They see a prime, slow, well-fed target that they could just grab, and so making those kinds of decisions beforehand. If I'm going to bug in, how long do I stay before it's going to be impassable to get to that location?
Right. Well, the first thing is it's you got to understand it's location, location, location. That's one thing you got to understand. It's the second thing is how your family, how many you got, how much food each one can carry, water, materials, and stuff, and so that's kind of the thing on the bugging out. There's a lot to consider. Because if the time that you happen to be bugging out is just say like here in Arkansas, all of a sudden they're calling for like 4 or 5 days of thunderstorms, and
Mm-hmm.
you know how it is in Arkansas. It may not drop a drop of rain for the next week, but then again, it could rain for the whole freaking next week, and have thunderstorms and windstorms and all kinds of crazy stuff. So the thing about it is that what if you were having to bug out today, or what if you thought I'm gonna bug out? Things are getting really really tough. I'm bugging out now. Think about if you bugged out right now and it started raining tonight or tomorrow. And I'm talking about coming, good, steady rain. And think about if it did that for the next week. and you're bugging out with you, your wife, and your children. And there's a cool front coming.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to cool down. So when you're wet and it's cold outside, where are you bugging out to? You know what I'm saying? You gonna tell me you're getting out there and putting up a tent and building a fire in the pouring down rain?
Well, it depends on the fire, but yeah, it could happen. But that comes with practice too, and we can go over like that. That could be an entire video on just fire building techniques in summer in the rain, especially if you have white phosphorus. Really well helps.
Yeah, but what I'm
I
saying, you're gonna have to work beforehand. Is
right.
what I'm saying. You know, it's not something that's gonna happen in 20 minutes. You know, to get out of the rain
True.
and have a big warm fire. That's kind of my point. You
Yeah.
know, not saying it can't happen. I'm saying, you know, time is of the essence. You know, when you're wet and cold.
Yep. Yeah. That's where we used to say embrace the suck, because it definitely would.
Right. Exactly.
Let's see. Anybody want to? Hey, Ark Wildman, how are you?
Ark Wild Man. Where's he at? Man,
Anybody want to jump on the panel up here? Let's see.
there he is. Somebody jump up here and let's talk about some of this survival and let's talk about being in the woods and eating and building structures and why maybe the thought might be to stay at home where there's already a structure.
Yep.
Just saying.
But if you're bugging in, you also have to look at your defendability of the place. How many people plan to come to you?
Mm-hmm.
All of your supplies. If you put them in, it's like the saying, don't put all of your eggs in one basket. Say, half my preps are at the bug out location, half are here. If you make one decision either way, you're potentially losing that other half of your preps. So keeping that in mind with your inventory, that can help you decide, hey, if you're coming through this way, grab this, bring it here. Or, hey, guys, meet up here. We're going to run up there. We're going to grab some more stuff. All right, we got overall.
Sweet. Arkansas Living said he was going to come up in here too.
All right. Good evening. How are you?
How about that?
By the way, where are you hillbillies from? Where y'all live at? You didn't sound like folks down around Arkansas or something.
I almost wore that.
You broke up. Either that or the bug started chewing on the mic.
Yeah, it's starting to get kind of windy here. Yeah, your mic's going out, brother. Huh.
Huh. Well,
So what do you boys got to say down there?
Reaper, Lone Wolf.
Gens just pop on so y'all could maybe get a closer bird's eye view of what's going on. Like front row seats and shit.
All right. Is working?
It is
Yeah.
now.
Okay. I don't. I got 5-year-old headphones. They don't seem to work all the time.
So what's your opinion on the bugging out?
I used to be a type. Well, this was back years ago. I used to be the type of, I'm gonna run to the woods, live off deer and squirrel and everything. And I kind of changed my ways a little bit as I got older and started realizing more things, but like it's not doable. Or it's doable, but it's not sustainable.
Right.
And right now, where I'm at, I got a place I can go if I can get to. It's walking distance. Vehicle makes it easier to get to. But like you said, a lot of people do know where it is, even how big it is. There's places that probably somebody does know about.
And I can tell you right now, there ain't a place someone don't know where it's at.
Oh yeah, the area I go to film some of my videos in, I go out there, and you would think that nobody can get in there, but I find shotgun shells and everything all over the place where people go back there to hunt and everything, and somebody knows how to get back there, even how restricted it is.
That's right. And so that has to be a big consideration on what type of structure you're going to be able to build, what you can do. It's going to have to do with security. When do you sleep? When do you put your wife out there, your kids out there? For security detail. I mean, these are serious considerations. And somebody's got to eat. So there's got to be you're not running to Walmart and to Circle K over there on the on the convenience store to grab you whatever you need. You know what I'm saying? So these are considerations.
And you can only carry so much with you. I mean, the average me personally, I don't really eat a lot. I mainly do a lot of my walking during the day, but I can carry roughly 5 days worth of food. But that's not saying how much water I need to go with that as well.
Just remember, water is 8 pounds a gallon.
Oh yeah, I found out the hard way when I first started out.
Yeah. So overall, did you get your stuff fixed? Maybe.
I don't know. What do y'all think? Is it better?
Sounds
Much
great.
better.
I was
Clear.
I can hear you.
trying to cheat and watch on my other phone.
Yeah.
It happens. Technology sucks sometimes.
So what's your thoughts on bugging out?
I think I got a lot of thoughts on it, but hey, you got a place to go. That's number one. If you ain't got nowhere to go, you're bugging.
Get a little closer to your microphone.
Oh, that better?
So
Yep.
far.
Let me eat it.
Well, you ain't got to get that close, but you can go into your camera settings and the microphone or rather settings and get it to, you can fix it to where you can set back further. So, but usually when you come closer, it if you ain't got it set, real sensitive.
I don't get.
So go ahead with your thoughts on. Well, now you're gone.
No, you're still here.
Try it again.
Is you got to have a place to go before you can load it in your bag. Your bag anywhere.
Got to have a place to go,
Yeah,
and the rest kind of roboted out.
all right. I give up.
Sorry, man.
Try again. Hey, just go in
Hey,
there. To
headsets
the
are good cheaters.
Go in there to your microphone settings, and you'll have to go into all your stuff there. It says it there on the microphone, cam and mic, things like that. Down there at the bottom, go to your audio, and I don't ever have automatically adjust mic volume. I don't have that checked. I do have echo cancellation checked. And then the mic volume, I've got it at 105.
Yeah.
That's your StreamYard settings, right?
Yeah. Yeah, just right down below us there.
Yeah.
You'll see where it says mute.
I found it.
Stop.
I don't know that.
Yeah, you're going in and out.
That sucks.
Yeah,
I was wanting to talk to him.
yeah. He's
Here's
got
the
a lot of knowledge. Pretty good old guy too. Not that he's old or anything.
All right, so Reaper, what do you think?
I personally am for bugging in. Um, um, my belief is at some point you got to make a stand, and I would rather do it on my property than trying to run and carry what I can.
Right, and that probably works for you. Uh, I'm thinking because some people they live in the bigger cities, Little Rock, Fort Smith, Fayetteville, Pine Bluff,
Oh,
uh,
absolutely.
and people that are in apartments, things like that, that do some prepping but don't have really the space. They're usually going to prep somewhere else and try to get there, and that works for them. But I'm kind of with you. I do more homesteading now. I'm looking more at the bugging in, and because that works for me in my scenario, but uh, and you in your situation. But say lone wolf, I'm just picking on him for a second. Say he's in an apartment that's just a one bedroom apartment, and he's been prepping for 20 years, but only he's got enough stuff to get him where he's going, and that's it. So that it is very individual. I always
Very
say prepping.
situational.
Yeah, I always say prepping is personal, and it's on your personal needs, your personal uses, and knowledge. Backwoods.
No, I agree, man. Yeah, you're absolutely right, brother. We like we'll take Dangerous Freedom for instance. He has to prep differently than we do,
Yeah.
completely differently than we do. Because I mean he's out in the desert and he's in
Ooh,
amongst 500,000 people.
Yep.
So that's a completely different prep. For me, I'm bugging in. You know what I'm saying? I ain't going nowhere. I've already got a structure here. All my stuff's here. I'm actually up on a hill, so I can defend pretty well. I've got a few neighbors around here you know that'll stand up. And be like, man, heck with that. I'm work hard for my place too. you know,
Yeah.
building a
going
community
nowhere.
is a big part of it, also.
Yeah, exactly. So we're bugging in. I have some stashes and stuff like that. In different areas, different locations. Just never know, but and maybe I start to get low on food, something here, and I go to one of my stashes. Mayhem, you don't even know nothing about prepping. I don't even know why your name is Mayhem Studios. What do you know about prepping? Man, if I need you to scratch me a record out, man, I'll holler at you. I'm messing with Mayhem. Y'all don't understand, man. Me and Mayhem are brothers. I tried to, like the other day, man. Me and him were talking on the phone. I was like, dude, I really need to get in the shower. And he's like, well, hell, just carry me in there, man, because I want to keep talking to you. And I was like, well, shit. Kind of felt strange, but um,
Yeah. But as far as bugging in, what do y'all think about the homesteading? Without getting too personal, do y'all look at more homesteading for if you're bugging in to be able to have your animals, everything else around you, and focusing on how you would defend those in a post scenario situation?
Absolutely.
Mark
So,
Wildman say he likes his shirt. I'm going to show you the back of it. It's easier to just do it like this than it is to. There you go. Arkansas, baby.
heck yeah, it's a way to do it.
Arkansas. Ain't that what they say?
Yeah.
It's just because they jealous. They don't live down here. That's all it is. No Arkansas. What the hell's wrong with you?
That's why we kind of went with the battle back. It's close enough, but not close enough that the university sues our pants off.
Always somebody suing you. You'd think they'd be proud we were sharing it.
No doubt. Overall, I was saying, here, I'm going to put this up here. Well, if I get to the right deal.
Your bag isn't taken.
You know me, all super technical. Yeah, you're absolutely right.
Yeah.
And if you put your preps at another location, like we were saying earlier, having a get-to bag, I mean, that's really what a bug-out bag should be, because you can't carry all of your preps.
Yeah.
And you never know when you're going to need to use them.
Exactly. I mean, have one in the vehicle, one at home. I mean, for you and everybody else that's with you.
Well, and that's the whole thing, to me, all my stuff is get home bags, and I've got two or three different ones built because, I may go to one place that I go regularly, and it's over a 3 hour drive through the mountains and hills, and you know what I'm saying. So 3 hours don't sound like much in a vehicle, but when you start talking about all them mountains and hills and rivers and stuff in between here and there and creeks, it's that'd be a pretty good trek back. You know what I mean?
And you might not be able to walk the roads back. You may have to be going cross country.
I wouldn't be going across. I wouldn't be walking down the roads.
Well, a lot of people would.
Well, not me. I'm staying in the woods.
And having a vehicle or a way to get through the woods, horseback, mule, if you have a vehicle that can do it, I mean, more power to you, but that's still a lot of brush to push through.
Mm-hmm.
Not to mention if you break down too.
Yeah. I mean, if you've got a tracked vehicle, a dozer, something like that, you can go through about anything you need to.
Yeah, but being, just saying that, when you're, I mean, if you're walking, there's, all the vehicles are dead, and you don't want to be out there, walking the roads. That's because first thing people are going to do is start hitting them cars for anything they can find in them. So there's going to be a lot of people on the roads, and I'm gonna stay in the woods, so does so there's other places that I go, and it might be 2 days, or whatever from my house, but I've got a couple of different bug out bags for a couple of different situations, and I don't want to. I don't know, man. That road thing really scares me, and so it brings me to a thought for anybody out there that don't do this, which I do, but if you've got some type of topo map in your bug out bag for that, or your bug in bag, but having topo maps, period. But, like if I'm going to a certain place, with my, and something happens, and it's 3 hours there in a car, I want a topo map of from here to there. You know what I'm saying? That
Right,
topo
of each grid,
specific, where I can. So.
Yeah, and topo maps. I mean, in most situations, I prep for no power. It's like all my tools. Of course, I've got power tools, but most of my tools, they're hand-driven tools. I've got the hand drills, lathes, not lathes, planers, things like that. That without electricity, just like everyone relies on GPS. That's the point I was trying to get to. If you have and know how to read a topo map or multiple maps, that is what another tool and skill set that you can add without power.
Yep. Man, I wished I knew about somebody that was doing that here soon,
I
teaching about
know.
maps and stuff like that. That would be too cool.
I
It,
wish I could find one.
yeah. I mean, it'd be nice if you did, but I mean, you're kind of far out for something like that, aren't you, Reaper? You still got a little ways before you get here,
Yes, I do.
especially
Yeah,
if it's on foot.
I think Lone Wolf was saying he'd like to find one.
Yeah. Uh-oh.
Oh
We got
Lord.
trouble in the house.
What's up?
Not much. Doing all right?
Yeah, I reckon. Hot.
Hi.
Yeah, I came out about 3.5 hours ago out here and turned my air conditioner on. It's actually feeling pretty nice in here.
We just had a front move through. I'm surprised we haven't lost power yet. That's something I was worried about tonight, not being prepared with battery backups.
Eh. I got battery backups, but I ain't using my stuff up for a little small storm coming through that it'll be over in a few hours.
Yeah. I just didn't want the stream to drop because of a little storm.
We'd still be on here.
So I made a change. Is that any better?
Yeah.
Well,
I've jumped off the Wi-Fi crap and just going to the world. I don't have a good video now to look at my ugly mug.
Yeah. I don't know. Y'all have internet up there, or are you just going off of cell signal?
who's that?
Overall?
Yeah, we have really good internet. The problem is we got kids and wife, and they all like to suck it all up.
Well, that's when you go in there and say, "Hey, get off the games."
Mayhem
course,
just
they
posted
don't
a
listen.
link for topo maps in there.
Heck yeah.
So
Yeah.
Arkansas living, since you he's froze up too. Something looks
Is he?
weird about him. Yeah,
I
look
thought
at
he
him.
was just smiling.
He looks completely different, all weird, man.
Oh, he would have already said something by now.
I'm gonna start to question that did them mushrooms I put in that stuff earlier was that good mushrooms or what? He looks all funny.
Ark Wildman, thank you for putting their links up. Mayhem, same.
So let's talk about bugging in. What do you think is some of the
Oh,
do's and don'ts and goods and won'ts?
Definitely don't flaunt it if an emergency situation comes up. Like, don't be the only house lit up on the block in an entire blackout.
yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Don't promote yourself.
Yeah. And what's that
It's,
other saying? Don't be well fed when all your neighbors are skinny or something like that.
yeah,
Great.
ration yourself.
Gray man.
It's kind of hard to do when you have a bunch of animals making noise because you can't really muzzle all of them.
Yeah.
I mean, you
Especially
could. But,
chickens.
yeah. I mean, you could, but that's a lot of money to take them to a vet or do that stuff.
Yeah, you had to set up some security again. You know, security is a big issue, whether you bug out or bug in.
Yep.
There's a lot of downside to bugging in or bugging out with security. You know, because if it's a bad enough situation, you're going to have security 24/7.
Yeah.
I don't think that's a problem in Arkansas.
Right?
Well, maybe. It depends on how many backyard chemists you have around you.
True.
That's my only con to bugging in where I am because that's all I'm surrounded by.
Oh,
That and retirees.
Do you think that Arkansas living got nervous because he's seen all this sophistication and knowledge of with all these fine gentlemen up on here, and he got nervous and was like, "I better step off."
That was kind of an uneasy grin that he got
Right.
stuck on. So if we keep talking like that, he's not going to try to come back.
Really?
That was a 7.6239 by the sound of it.
Somebody's having some fun.
I can't tell, but nothing will be done about it. Law doesn't do anything around here.
That's a good thing. As long as nobody gets hurt.
Until you go do something, then they're all on you.
Man, hang on a second.
Is my mic working now, or is it?
Yeah, it's working. It's still a tiny bit choppy. What was that, Tank? On the link? Mayhem, you can actually go to USGS and print them out for free. You can get the file, download the PDF. You can take it to Kinko's or something like that and get it printed out full size. It's pretty cheap that way, and you don't have to wait.
I'm back. Did y'all talk much? I bet y'all didn't, did you?
No, we like the awkward silences on this channel.
Y'all need to start. Tank wants to stream link.
Bring it on.
Heck
So,
yeah.
the thing about it is like, when bugging out or bugging in, to me, it just seems like the better thing is to do everything you can to build some type of community around you. And, and just like around here, I know I'm not the only one that grows food, man. I mean, it's freaking gardens everywhere around here, and there's chickens and stuff. And these people around here, they may not just be all, what's up, Milkmaid?
Hey, Milkmaid, how are you?
Milkmaid's cool. But yeah, so these people around here are kind of like everybody else, man, you ain't coming up in here and taking our stuff, We work hard for this. We work hard for our money.
Yeah, that's what I talked about community earlier. You got to get your neighbors involved. I mean, if you're planning on staying home, the people around you are going to be important. You're going to learn things from them. You're going to get intel. You're going to have each other's backs. The same as you. There's cows everywhere around me. Cows.
Yep.
There's a guy over here. I don't know how he grows. He grows like 20-foot corn. It's ridiculous. It's awesome. But
wow.
Community.
Well, and that's why, I don't know. I'm 100% for bugging in. I mean, that's a smart thing to do until you just can't, until it's.
I think you got to have a plan. You got to plan to leave. But yeah, home, like you said in the beginning, got shelter. All your stuff's here, your food's here, but you got to have a plan to go before it's too late.
Yep.
Right.
And you got to be able to keep situational awareness to know when you have to leave.
The redneck prepper. Uh-oh.
Redneck prepper, how's it going?
We're all in trouble now. Yeah. So, one of the things that some people has been trying to get me to do is start doing canning. And I don't know, man. For one, I just really ain't got no place to put it. But the second thing is just, I don't know, man. Them glass jars make me nervous.
Yeah, someone said, "Can you can?" I cannot can, uh, because of the same situation. I haven't been around it. I've seen the water bath, but I know you can't do that with everything. I believe it was acidic. You have to use pressure canning. And
Low acidity is pressure canning.
what's that? Low acidity? Okay, I've got it
Yeah.
backwards. See, I'm already dead.
Yeah, you'd be dead of botulism real quick.
Yeah, pressure canning is for like meats and stuff like that.
Just pressure can everything. You ain't got to worry about it.
That's right.
Wait,
Yeah, some of it you'll turn to mush doing that.
I mean, if it still tastes like it.
Now, you ain't gonna turn nothing. Anything that's gonna turn to mush, you're not gonna water bath.
and it would still keep its nutrients anyway, even if it is mush, right?
Yeah.
True.
I mean, pretty much all your water bathing is jams, jellies, and tomatoes, salsa, or anything pickled.
Okay.
Everything else has to be pressure canned.
Yeah, but if you pressure can your pickles, you're gonna have mush.
Well, yeah, but you don't even technically have to can pickles.
True.
Right.
We used to do them and just stick them in the pickle juice in a jar in the refrigerator until we started canning.
Yeah. So how long does it take for a pickle to become a pickle?
Which way?
That's
That way,
you
or
dump
that
it in a jar.
I used to let mine sit for a month in the refrigerator
okay.
pickle jar, but when we pickle them with pressure or with the water bath, they taste like pickles right away.
You can pour vinegar over a cucumber and you got pickle.
Good pickle.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It just seemed like if kind of like a final thought on the canning thing for me is if you had to bug out quick, if you had to get gone, you're sure not, I mean, carrying them jars around, you're gonna bust them up probably.
Well, you ain't gonna carry. I mean, yeah. What are you gonna carry? You gonna carry your fridge?
Exactly. Well, I mean, that's why to me, I like freeze dried food, man.
Oh yeah.
There's way too much water around here. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
But
I,
after the zombies come, what are you gonna do?
Well,
How you gonna make more?
they'll be dead.
How you gonna make more freeze dried stuff though?
Well, I figure it'll kind of be like a movie We Were Soldiers, and that they asked what's his name, the one Sam Elliott. They asked him. They said, and We Were Soldiers. He said, "Don't you carry a rifle?" And he said, "Sir, once I need a rifle, there'll be plenty of them laying around." So be like that with some food too. I think if the zombies come.
Okay.
Yeah, if something like that goes, a lot of people are not going to know what to do, so they're just going to be right off the bat.
But
Yeah.
they're gonna eat up all their food in the meantime.
That's what I'm saying. You're talking about
Well, why Hobie's roboting? Let's take his cow deal. You with your neighbor, y'all kill a cow. How many of y'all's there? Y'all can't eat that whole cow before it goes bad.
smoke it.
Yeah. Do that in Arkansas humidity and see how long it lasts.
Hmm.
I've
Yeah.
tried the
And
drying stuff, and
and how many people are
unless
gonna
you put
know
it
that
in
you
a
have it?
jar, it soaks up enough moisture here that it goes bad.
No, I mean, you keep smoking, don't you? In those kinds of situations, you actually keep it in a smokehouse and you continually smoke, and then you cut off what you need. It's got was it green mold or gray mold? It was one or the other that was good. If it started to mold like that, you cut that off and then cut your meat.
Hmm. I mean, if you're in a homestead too, if you're like off grid somewhere and you're running solar power, you could theoretically just freeze the meat if you had a deep freeze.
Or run a freeze dryer if you had one.
No, freeze dryer takes a lot.
Yeah, if you're
They
building
pull a
a
lot of
big
juice.
enough system.
Well, if you got a big enough system, you're running your whole house, and none of it matters anyway.
Right.
There he is.
Welcome back.
I think I'm back.
Yeah, you're back.
My
And now I'm
point
getting
is,
a phone call. As soon as I get on here, I'm getting a phone call. I'm just gonna pause it. I'll be right back.
Alrighty.
Oh Lord.
my point is, you can take that cow and have it cut up and in a jar in just a little bit of time with a little bit of wood. If you're running a smoker all the time, somebody's cutting wood and tending the smoker all the time.
Right.
That's true.
That's a
And
whole
somebody's going to
person
smell
or
it.
two.
Well, I've got a pressure canner. I've got all the stuff. I mean, I've got everything, to pressure can with. I just haven't pressure canned yet.
Well, then you don't have anything.
Right.
Yeah. You've got the tools. You just don't.
Yeah, I got the tools. I
Like,
bet you.
go can you some water.
I
You ain't
bet
got
you.
to can anything.
I bet you $100. I wouldn't have to walk but just a few feet and find someone that does know how to can.
Well, there you
Yeah.
go. Go make that walk and go have them show you how to do it.
I need to. I've been busy, man. I started my own little business.
Yeah, I get the busy thing.
So,
That's
question. I know a lot of people read into the foraging and things like that. Has anyone pressure canned? I'm guessing dandelions, things like that have already been dried out, and you keep that, or do you just vacuum seal something if you've dried it?
You can seal it in a jar with oxygen absorbers. You can heat can it. Basically, put it in a jar, throw it in your oven, and it'll seal it up. Keep it fresh in there.
Right.
Well, stuff
Okay.
like that's going to keep till you can get it all eat. You're not
Well,
going to go dig up enough dandelions that you couldn't eat in a little while. I mean, that's a full time job just to have enough.
but if you're using it for medicinal purposes or homeopathic,
Yeah.
whatever, you would want to be able to keep some on hand.
Yeah. But, like I was saying, a lot of that stuff, it's meat's the main thing. I've tried doing jerky and stuff, and it just doesn't last for some reason here. And canning does, and canning's fast, and canning works. When it's raining, you ain't gonna dehydrate nothing with no power.
True.
Uh,
Mayhem.
I've
Welcome.
dehydrated some.
Go
What's
ahead,
up,
Arkansas.
hey? Oh no, I was just gonna say I have dehydrated stuff, and then just put it in mason jars and put silica packets in there with it, and it'll last a long time like that. But it's almost as much trouble as canning something.
Yeah.
Every time you get through.
I mean, I try to buy shelf stable dry stuff to begin with. Uh, just your regular rice. I'll vacuum seal it, put it in a 50-gallon drum after I date it, and of course, my very first drum that I filled up opened up here earlier this year, and it was all bad because I didn't do anything to protect it from the oxygen and moisture that was inside of it from the humidity when it got opened up. So, learning as you go, and that drum was from back in 2011, 2012, somewhere in there. But the like you said, oxygen absorbers and canning. Wet stuff is heavy. If you have to move it, that's a lot more work than moving something that's lighter and dry. It's just my views on it.
Now,
That's why
canning's more
I
post scenario. I mean, after this isn't something you're gonna bug out with.
Right.
no, and that's where I went
Yeah.
into, in my opinion, bugging in assuming your situation warrants it, is probably your better option. Planning on having all your supplies, and then you could do your canning. I know for us, we have a little bit of everything. We have dried, we have freeze dried, we have canned food, we have what's in our freezer and refrigerator. So we have a variety.
Okay. Yeah. I've never got into the freeze dry because I'm too cheap. Those systems are pretty expensive.
Yeah, they
We
are.
don't do our own freeze drying. We've bought some. I've looked at um, buying
Okay.
one, and I've seen some people that make a ton of money doing the candies, freeze drying Skittles and taffy and everything else, and that
Huh.
within 6 months they've actually paid for their freeze dryer.
I've got one
Wow.
sitting here. It doesn't work.
See, that's the other thing. I mean, uh, even if you have electricity, that stuff breaks down and you can't get parts for it.
I know
I go
my
back.
neighbor's got a big. I was
You
gonna
got a
say
big
my
what?
neighbor's got a big freeze dryer. One of them, like one of them $4,000 or $5,000 jobs.
Uh huh.
And it broke down here a while back, and it was a circuit board on the front of it. Everything's electronic. But
Hmm.
Right, if you're going to get one, buy
they,
some extra components if you can afford them. That way you have backup if it does break down.
I mean, all they are is a freezer and a vacuum pump. There's really nothing to them. They're just a pain and take a long time, and
I've
you
seen
know
some.
they're not foolproof either.
I don't think
No,
there's
I've
any
seen
single
some.
method that is foolproof.
Canon is.
Not at all.
Ah, you low C.
I don't know. I might disagree with that one, Tank. Glass is pretty breakable.
Well, yeah, anything's gonna break. I was talking about making something that's not gonna last or not gonna kill you.
Oh, okay, yeah,
You can run that freeze dryer for the time it says, and it still not be dry all the way and still go bad on
yeah.
you. If you can for the pressure and time, it's canned. It's not gonna go bad. But I mean, like I said, you can break anything, drop anything in a fire, and it's gone.
And I would kind of agree with Tank on that. I was born Thanksgiving Day, and my family canned the turkey. 26 years later, I ate a jar of that canned turkey and was perfectly fine.
Hmm.
Uh,
The old ways work best sometimes.
They knew what they were doing.
well, we got pressure canners, and I like pressure canning. Just if nothing else, I like the way that it tastes. I like the way that stew and stuff comes out in it, and pot roast and stuff like that. I just had some beef tips and rice the other day. I got home, it was kind of late. There wasn't, we didn't have supper. It was kind of a busy night. One of them kind of deals with three kids, and both of us working and stuff. And just popped a can of the stuff can of them beef tips in there that I pressure canned and cooked some of my rice out of some of my junk. I mean, I'm sitting back here next to a bunch of buckets right now.
yeah.
And, quick, easy, and delicious. And that,
That is
that,
what's nice.
that,
You can just open it and eat it. You ain't got to heat it up. You ain't got to do anything to it.
yeah.
So, like with the beef tips, did you have just the beef tips themselves canned, or did you put all of it as a meal together?
I just, of course, the rice and stuff is all separate, just this old cheap rice
Okay.
and everything. But the beef, as far as canning the beef tips, what I do is I buy those cheap rump roasts, and just cube them up. And it's actually cheaper to do that than it is to buy the already cubed up stew meat and stuff. And I cube them up, and I put some Cavenders in there and a bouillon cube, in a pint jar, and can them in pint jars, and that's just about the right size for me and one of the kids to eat, and then time you do that and open up a can of green beans or something to go along with it and throw some bread in there and you're good as far as I'm concerned. You know, it don't take a whole lot to make me happy, though. You know, some people are different.
How's that canned possum?
I ain't never had no canned possum.
I'm telling
I
you,
don't even think
possum
I'd
is
eat
better
fresh
freeze
possum.
dried.
Bug dude done come in here and said Arkansas living cans possum meat.
I have the comments turned on. I'm digging that shirt, by the way.
This
I
one,
need one of them. Yeah.
I got a black and green one too with some camo on the bottom of it. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
where do
got
you get that?
I like that.
Arkansan on the back.
Nice.
It's I got it
Did you get
from
that somewhere? Or did you have that made?
I got it actually off of Facebook, man.
Really?
Yeah,
Really?
they got all kinds of I'm just gonna tell y'all now, it came from China, bro.
Of course
Just
it did.
tell them.
Yeah, that don't surprise me.
What
I
doesn't?
mean, yeah. I mean, I'm being honest about it. You
These
know,
don't come from China.
it it came from China, but it's a good looking shirt, so I bought one. I
Yeah.
mean, pretty much everything fucking buy comes from China. Anyway, so
Yeah, pretty
I
close.
try to buy American as much as possible. You know, I'm not worried about the price, but I couldn't find the company I bought it from was an American company. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But anyway, so yeah, I've got another one in there. It's black and green, and it's got a few different designs on it, but it's the Arkansas. Got the Arkansas flag on the sleeve and the American flag and stuff, and it's got some camo on the bottom. They had and it has some jackets. They had all kinds of shit you can get. I don't know if I can remember where it come from.
Need to get one of those for dangerous and put honorary at the top of it.
Well, he after he saw mine, he asked where I got it from, and he went to that website and he bought him one that says Arizona. They make them in all the states, you know. Let's see. So, what are some of the
Arkansas
things?
11 froze again.
What are some of the things you carry in your bug out bag or get home bag or whatever it is?
Micro med kit, extra change of clothes,
Mhm.
a couple sets of underwear, just because, sometimes it gets hot. Want a nice change on that. Socks, extra socks. Of course, firearms with me always. And then I carry pemmican.
I need to learn how to make me some pemmican.
There's so many different recipes. There's meat pemmican. There's just like oatmeal, and I like the oatmeal ones because you use that with the gelatin, and that seems to hold flavor a lot longer than the meat based. Welcome back.
Kids are trying to watch TV. Everything in the house is on the internet. You know how it goes.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's usually what happens to me. My kids will jump on the interwebs and downloading video games and on their PlayStations and all that crap, and what kills the hell out of my stream when they do.
Well, you got me trying to do this. It sucks up a lot of stuff, and then you got two TVs going in the house that are running off the internet, and then everybody in the house is on their phone on the Wi-Fi at the same time. It's kind of hard to. I mean, I don't think there's enough internet in Arkansas for all that at the same time.
It's getting here, bro. It's getting
Hey,
here.
we got fiber optic down here. We thought we was uptown there for a little while.
Yeah, we're getting fiber optic, and they're talking about somebody buddy of mine was telling me he's got a friend that works for one of them pole and you know internet type stuff setup companies. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
One of them big ones, and they got all the big pole trucks, and he said they've been putting up some 5G towers.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, I know one of the bad things about when they did go to fiber optic, and if they're doing that to y'all, you ain't gonna. One thing that you ain't gonna like is, used to be we all had landline phones and stuff, and we still do have one, but it all works over that fiber now, and
Yep.
we're on CenturyLink down here. I don't know what y'all got, but
I'm sorry.
well, there's only like two technicians in the whole area, and their hubs and stuff they got down here. They got some old school Coleman backup generators on them,
Mhm.
and every time the power goes out for a little while, all the switches, the UPSs don't stay on, so the switches all have to reset. And half the time the backup generator don't come on, so if the electric goes out, you ain't got no internet either. No internet, no phone. Ain't no such a thing as having a backup with a landline anymore. Not here.
Yeah. I've had a Magic Jack phone forever. I got rid of the telephone company just because they made me mad enough times. But yeah, anytime the power goes out, your phone's down. Internet goes out, phone's down. Unless you've got battery backups, of course.
I miss my old phone, my first phone. It was one of those Nokia phones you had to pull the antenna out of.
I remember them.
I broke it so bad the
We
screen
actually
wouldn't
have
work, but it still called.
I had
my
one of
dad
them.
had a box of them he had like a shoebox full of them, and he would take the face off of one and put it on the other one and stuff, trying to keep them going. And when they finally made it so that you couldn't have one on Verizon anymore unless it had 911 locator in it. So he finally had to give it up. That's just been a few years back. But we actually had an antenna on a pole on an old TV antenna pole down there at the deer camp in the bottoms, where you couldn't get service nowhere else, but you could stand over next to that antenna pole and plug your phone up to it and get out. And now you can't do that no more. You got to go down on a gravel bar to get cell phone service.
Man,
Well,
that sucks to have to go down all the way down to the gravel bar.
Well,
Yeah, man,
it
up
sucks if
there,
the river's up.
yeah.
up there, yeah, up there at the deer camp where I'm at, northern Arkansas. It's there's one spot you can go to, and you can get enough to call out. And I mean, you can't like stream or do any kind of stuff like that. You can just barely call out. You got to stand just right. And so yeah, we ride our 4-wheeler up there sometimes. But if it's raining, it sucks.
Yeah. The I don't get it. Cell phones were supposed to be the best thing, and now I think they use more connection for the internet than the actual phone calls, because I can sit here and browse internet, everything else with mine, but as soon as I try to make a phone call, it drops because there's not enough signal.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, they've done all the work to the antennas that stream the data, and heck with the digital voice.
Yeah.
I would love to. I'd love to get everybody down at our deer camp to get one of those in their Jeeps and Toyotas and 4-wheelers and stuff, so that we could talk. But every time I say something about it, everybody thinks it's a good idea, but it never happens. It's one of those kind of
Yin's
That's an understatement of the year.
Yin's walkie talkies don't work down there.
Do what?
Yin's walkie talkies don't work down there.
Walkie talkies? Yeah, I mean they work as long as you ain't too far away.
I mean, they're pretty much
We
line
used
of
to all
sight.
have CB. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, CB still works fairly good. Does it not work like a mobile CB? Does it not go out further than a walkie, like a
Mine
Belfang?
didn't.
Okay.
I don't know if I just
The
had
only
a
thing good about them,
bad thing, but
the good thing about CBs is not having a ham license. You can have a lot higher wattage and stuff. But You know, what I was looking at the other day, the way the FCC is changing the rules and stuff for Cobra, they had a law or an appeal thing going on where they were wanting the FCC law changed where they could put FM on CB radio channels. And if they start doing that, it's going to screw with the propagation and stuff real bad, probably.
They just won't work as good.
Yeah.
It'll be one of them deals. It'll sound better, but it won't. You won't be able to talk as far.
You're
I couldn't
probably
get
gonna
anything.
you're gonna end up hearing a lot of static and carrying on. There's gonna be a lot of on an older CB. You know, it's gonna kind of make it to where you're gonna have one of the new models that's got FM built into it.
Oh well. So the old tube style base stations aren't going to work very well.
Not near as good.
That was my original prep. My big prep was I'm like I've told everyone. We may have said before, but I'm radio dumb, and CB I kind of know, but I'm nowhere near at the level like Tank is and others as far as Ham and all that.
Sherry Kelso asked, what type of short range communication is everyone using amongst their friends and families? I mean, just I live close enough with this Baofeng and the two walkie talkies I got. I can talk to the people I need to, and the rest of them I can just talk to them like this because they're right next to me. And the other ones, my mom and dad don't buy into all this shit, and they just, I mean, I'm just saying they don't think anything's gonna happen, you know.
Mm.
Now Redneck
I'd like
mentioned
to get
something. That's another thing for a resident electrician. Does an EMP not affect coils more than anything else?
Well, no, I mean it depends on which line of thought you follow with an EMP. I tend to think that small things like that right there, if the antenna's not hooked up to it and it ain't plugged into the wall, it's probably going to be fine. You know,
That's
this right here is
for
probably going to be
the
fine,
one.
but the towers are probably not going to be. You know what I mean?
Well, where
So
where has an EMP been tested on the stuff we've got today?
It hasn't.
the only, yeah, it really hasn't. The only stuff, you know, whenever they did do some testing several years ago, they were testing automobiles, and I think the results was 70% of the sample group that they used, the control group that they used to do the testing on, 70% of them weren't affected at all. And I think the ones that were affected, it was small, simple components that could be repaired. There was only a small percentage of automobiles that actually wouldn't have survived, you know, and would have had a catastrophic failure. I think it was somewhere like 10% or something like that. Which, if you think about it, I mean, if 10% of everything driving down the highway all stops at the same time, that's going to be one heck of a problem by
Hmm.
itself. But
Yeah.
it wouldn't be like
Plus,
one of those dystopian apocalyptic novels where everything shuts completely off. You know,
yeah, but the
it'd be
stuff
real,
they
real
tested,
bad.
Who
you got
did
to
this
think too.
test?
The stuff they tested didn't shut off if you didn't leave the gas cap on. I mean, every little thing shuts them off now.
Yeah, well, I mean, all that stuff is all tied into the computer. You know, some of these vehicles has got 2 or 3 different CPUs on them now. You know,
Oh
you'll have
yeah.
one for just for the heat and air.
Yeah.
But
Well, it just seems to me that the way things, you know, a lot of stuff. I mean, does the EMP go through plastic?
yeah,
I
I
mean,
mean,
radio.
The
It
deal with
follows
the
the same.
EMP is there's like 3 different waves. One of them is just like a CME. It has to build up in long lines. That's that part of the EMP and CME is the same thing. It's going to build up in the power lines and zap whatever's on the ends. But then, from what I understand, there's two other waves, and the short one on the EMP was that little microchips. You know, some of those chips have just very little space in between them, and it's enough that it'll short them if they're not in a Faraday cage or shielded properly.
So it's like
But
a
So,
static charge.
kind of.
Okay.
They
But that's
they
one good
measure it
thing
in
about
volts per meter.
vehicle is most of their stuff is shielded because you build up static electricity going down the road.
Mhm.
Well, I know there's 3 different stages to an EMP. The third stage is the one that you're talking about, where it's kind of a long, drawn out thing. You know, that's the one that affects the longer wire runs and stuff the most. And
Yeah, that's
but
the same thing
the
a
short,
coronal mass ejection does.
exactly, yeah. Like I said,
well, like,
the first stage is the one that gets past all the protection and everything.
like this metal building in here. Things that are inside this metal building. I mean, how effective? I mean, if a EMP is a little bit of a distance away from here, is it that effective through coming through this metal building?
Nobody really
Well,
knows.
the
Tell
thing
you
about
the
metal
truth.
buildings and stuff like that is, and nobody does really know because I mean, how are you going to test it without causing damage, right?
Yeah.
Right.
But
Well, here's one
if
way.
you
Does
think
your
about it
radio
though, I
work
mean, if you
inside of
can,
it?
yeah,
Huh?
that's what I was going to
Does
say.
your radio work inside of it?
Well, uh, not without an antenna.
You can't talk on your radio and talk to somebody outside.
Not in here. That my cell phone won't get no signal, and I have to hardwire in.
Well, a cell phone's different. Cell phone doesn't go through stuff very good.
Well, I'm just saying, I have to hardwire my internet in, and if I'm like on my bow thing, I cannot talk to people. I have to go outside. I mean, if I got the door open, I can a little bit.
Uh, from
I
what
don't know.
I
I'm
from what I read on it, you got to have 30 dB of attenuation to start helping.
I got you, redneck. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Because that's my biggest question is that I hear a lot of people talking about EMPs and what they're going to do and what's going to happen and everything, and I'm like, well, where's the test results on today's technology? That's all I'm asking. I'm not saying that it won't affect it. I'm asking a question, for real.
There's not, because the last one that they tested shut down Hawaii.
Oh,
When was that
And that
test
was
done on the vehicles?
starfish.
Oh,
I
start.
think that one.
The the test that was done on all the vehicles, I think, was in the late '90s.
Yeah, they
I
can do
think.
little EMPs and test stuff, but as far as one that somebody would do to the U.S., no, that you know they were testing nuclear warheads that were set up for to make damage. Now they've got them set up for EMP, and nobody knows what those will do.
Huh.
Yeah, the high yield stuff. The those ones that they've got set up just for EMP and stuff like that, the high yield ones, they put out, I can't remember how many volts per meter that it was. It's how they measure the EMP classification that it is or whatever. I'm pretty sure it's volts per meter. And the high yield ones that they got now are like 10 times what they were 15, 20 years ago.
well,
It's, it's way on up there.
so a question on that. So you said like 70% of the cars were okay or just had little to no damage, and so you said it was back in the 70s, right?
No,
90s.
that was, I think it
90s?
was like 70% of them were okay. I think
Right.
the test was actually done in the late 90s or back in the early
Okay.
2000s.
Okay. Well,
I
But
think
you
they
know
were able
they
to
have
be
something set.
restarted.
Yeah, I mean, and this was done in a controlled environment in some kind of building that they had built just to do this in.
Right.
It's been a long time since I read about that test. I'm just pulling numbers out of my butt, you know.
Right. No, and my kind of where I'm going with it is that the vehicles built today, because they have figured out these crumple zones, so they put lighter material wrapping your vehicle. You know what I'm saying? I mean, some use aluminum, some use this lot lighter material, thinner material. Back in the day, that's what I'm saying. Progressing on through the years, they've made cars less thick. You know what I mean?
So that would be less attenuation, tacking on to Tank's comment.
Well,
Well,
Tacking
well,
on
most
to,
of the sensitive stuff is wrapped in a case itself
yeah,
to
but it's
prevent
all
that.
plastic.
Well, no, it's in a metal case to prevent static electricity and stuff. Like I was saying, that is one of the good things about a vehicle. Most of the stuff on a vehicle is shielded because they do build up static electricity because they're not grounded.
okay.
Yeah,
So
I mean
a
that's a
vehicle would probably have a better chance than your cell phone or your computer or whatever.
Okay.
well, it's just like the components and stuff that I have to get for work. All the PLC parts and everything, and any kind of board that's got processors and stuff on it. It comes to you in a Mylar aluminum bag. Do not touch. Follow static safety handling procedures. Blah blah blah. Well, whenever they were talking about the chip shortage and stuff here a while back, one of the things that was causing the automobile problem, with not having new trucks on the lot and everything, was the fact that the computer chips that were specifically made for the processors for vehicles have to go through a different testing procedure to be more robust, to be able to handle more stuff because they are in an automobile rather than in a static piece of equipment.
Right.
And that goes right back to what Tank was talking about, too. But
Cool.
So do you actually follow those static protocols?
no, all that stuff's got my fingerprints all over it.
I build PCs, and that's the first thing I chunk out. I just don't touch the actual traces. I just handle the side of the board.
Yeah,
I actually watched
I
old boy
keep
the
those
other day
bags
try
though.
and short one with a static gun, and it took like, I mean, he was having to zap it hard to get it to go bad. But then I've heard people talk about, oh yeah, it went bad just because a little bit of something. Well, I don't know on that. All I
Sometimes,
know is what I've looked up, and half of it's conflicting. So
yeah, that's kind of how I am. I'm right there with y'all. I don't think they really know. If they do, they just ain't telling us.
Yeah.
I'll put it
Well,
like this though: there's a reason that they are developing high altitude, high powered EMP weapons. They wouldn't be developing stuff like that if it wouldn't do something. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
yeah.
So,
Or they're designing the electronics to be affected by it.
it's a
Well,
lot
that too.
easier to
This
make
all comes
one
from China
warhead as it
anyway.
is to replace all the electronics.
Yeah.
True.
so JS
I got to
Badger
check
is
my
kind
chicken.
of JS Badger is kind of changing the subject a little bit and saying bugging in is easy. It's knowing when to get the out that I have an issue with. What indicators are the reason to leave?
Ooh, that's a good one.
Hmm. I would say when your area is compromised, that should be number one. Or when
Fire.
you're absolutely forced to.
So you're saying be reactive?
No, I mean like, of course, if you got an area, you're gonna want to defend it to an extent. But sometimes things can happen or whatever that you gotta say the risk is not worth it at this point and kind of back off for a little bit.
Well, what's the scenario?
It
We're
could be a
talking
number of things.
zombies or earthquake
Well,
or what?
it's just, well, JS Badger is just asking, what are the indicators for bugging out?
Well,
There are actually several,
A
that you.
scenario dependent, though. I mean, just about everything
mainly,
is.
mainly the issue is, if you're in like more rural areas and everything, like you said, when communities, that's probably not going to be that big of an issue. But in more urban, residential, and city areas, people are probably going to get together, large groups and everything. Yeah, you may have, 2,000 or 3,000 rounds of ammunition, and all this stuff, but you're not going to be able to take on that many people. One is you can't see them. A target you can't see is not a target yet.
Right.
And they can be surrounding you at that point. If you're in a house or whatever, they can surround you or they can block you in. They can even set the stuff on fire and smoke you out. So I mean,
Well,
if
that's
it's
why you got your
compromised,
radio, and your neighbor's got a radio, and they can radio you. Hey, there's a group of zombies headed this way. We need to go the other way.
well, that would be a preferred situation. But not a lot of people are like that. Like me, for example, the neighborhood I'm in isn't exactly a good one.
Well, you're not
So,
bugging in then.
well, I plan to lay low for maybe a few weeks, see how things go. But
Till everybody gets out.
if things go from bad to south, that I can get out fairly quickly. I know exactly where to go. I can tuck off for a little bit. Now, where I go from there, I haven't exactly figured that out yet. But hopefully, in the next few years, maybe I'm not going to be in this location anymore. So,
But you probably need to have a location to go to way before then.
oh yeah, 100%. I agree.
I mean, even if it's out in the middle of nowhere that that people don't like going, I mean, that might be one option.
You and everybody else
Yeah.
that doesn't have a plan.
Well, I mean, many
Here's a
people
good
probably wouldn't go
question:
there anyway.
do you wait or do you go ASAP?
I've heard a lot of people say
Yeah.
no more than 48 hours. And I
Yeah,
don't know
because
that
if you wait till people get desperate, things change. Things
yeah,
get hairy.
quickly.
When you go while everybody's still confused, then you can just go.
Just slip out.
You can always come back if it turns out not to be a big
But
deal.
actually, there's actually a perfect scenario in this. It's have you ever heard of It's a documentary. It's called After Armageddon.
Yeah.
Heard of it, but I haven't watched it.
It's essentially about it's a pandemic, ironically, but it's bad. I mean, mortality rate's high. People are 2 or 3 weeks, like 10 million people are dead and all that. Centering around this California family. They live in Los Angeles. Bad place, obviously. They decide to stay in. The guy that lives there with his family, he's an EMT, so he sees first signs that things are going bad. He gets medical supplies from the place he works. He gets food and everything from the stores. But by that time when he's doing that, people are already taking everything they can get. They wait until I think 4 or 5 weeks in to leave. After that point, people are going house to house, stealing everything they can. When they try to leave, armed groups have already commandeered, military equipment and everything that were left behind, which I don't see how they would get their hands on that anyway, but they did. And they were essentially choke points on roadways to take people out. So if you're gonna, in an area like that, if you're gonna bug it out, it's best to do it right off the bat. But anywhere else, I would say maybe play it by ear, see how it goes. It's really just up to how bad the situation is and where you're at.
Well, why not just go ahead and bug out? Like I said, you can always come back if nothing happens.
Yeah.
Call it training.
And the vast majority of us in Arkansas, we don't have those high density
Yeah.
population areas.
The big one
So
is like Little Rock, Fayetteville, Memphis, and Fort Smith, I believe.
yeah,
Pine Bluff.
Pine Bluff, yeah. And those people are any preppers or even people with any sense. They're going to GTFO at the first sign of any major trouble, and then they're going to be coming into our necks of the woods.
Oh yeah.
Well, I mean, yeah, they're going to. I mean, that's
Not
where.
necessarily.
Uh,
If you don't have anything and don't have anywhere to go, and the government set up a deal at the Walmart handing out food, you're not going to get too far away from that.
Yeah, but that's going to be a bad place to go to.
Mm-hmm.
That's
No,
why
I mean,
I
that's
used,
going to be controlled.
I used to remember, the stuff. It's always good fun, talking about, what we're gonna do, when the zombie apocalypse happens, and everybody, be saying this one thing, and nearly everybody that I knew would always say, "Well, oh, I'm gonna go to Walmart. They got guns, ammunition, food, and all that." And I'm like, but everybody else is gonna go there too. So by the time you get there, it's probably all gonna be gone.
well, and Walmart just doesn't store their guns and their ammunition all out in the open and shit.
Oh yeah, not anymore. Yeah.
They got a little bit, but
This was
any
back a while ago when things were
yeah,
fine.
Things haven't been fine for a long time.
right.
Yeah.
Well,
Well,
everybody I know says they're going to go out in the woods and just shoot deer.
It's not.
Can you
It's
skin it
not
though?
sustainable.
1930s proved 29, 28, 29, 30. That proved that's a bad idea
Yep.
to depend on that, as they damn near wiped out the wildlife population.
Well, a quarter of the population and
Yeah,
half
Yep.
guns,
and I'm talking
muskets.
within what was it? Within it was 3 or 4 weeks, wasn't it? No, they had more than muskets back then, but I'm just saying it wasn't
Well,
long at
everybody and their brother didn't have an AR like they do now with a scope
right,
on it. I mean,
right.
it would. You got. I'm gonna say you give it a week before you can't even see anything moving,
If
Yep.
that
and none of them know how to can, so they just killed it and eat a piece of it till they got full, and then it rotted, so they got to go kill another one.
Mm.
That's why you raise animals.
That's why you know how to can.
Yeah.
JS Badger. We talked about that earlier on the live stream. Someone was late. Um, I'm staying off the roads. If I'm away from my house or if I'm leaving or anything, I'm staying away from the main roads, from the main highway. The main freeway.
Roadways are too open.
I'm
Kill
staying in
box.
the woods.
Well, what's the scenario? We talking an earthquake or what? Or zombie?
We're talking it's a bad deal, and you've got to be on foot, and things are bad. It's Mad Max. You can call it zombies, or there's earthquakes, and you know anybody that, I don't want to turn anybody off, but anybody that believes in the Bible, it's going to be bad. I'm
Well,
sticking
that's
to
what I
the
was
wood.
saying. It's all scenario dependent. Because if you're talking an earthquake, then it's no big deal. You just got to get out of the area. If
Right.
it's zombies, then yeah, that's a whole different ball game.
Well,
All
what
right.
got
Every
me in.
every 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 scenario from now on includes zombies. Let's just say it like that to make it easy, because in any kind of bad Mad Max type scenario, grid down, things like that, of that nature. Um, let's say there's a airborne disease. Let's say someone's suitcase nuked a big city. There's going to be zombie type stuff going on. Hangry people, exactly.
Yeah, and that
Angry.
zombie word is good to kind of jump around and avoid all the moderation going on these days on these channels. But violent militants that would that do nothing but train to take, that's the worst kind of scenario that any prepper would run into.
Yep.
Arkansas, I know what Arkansas Living's going to say. He'd like to invite him over for dinner and a talk.
Yep.
Whenever they get ready.
Crossing properties. JS, yeah. Hey, NWA Prepper, what's up? Chris, Corbin. So, yeah, I mean, crossing properties, you know, if you got to cross a property, I mean, if you know, that's why you have topo maps of your surrounding areas, you know, because you know there's places that you can get around them open properties. You know, I would avoid open properties as much as possible, you know.
Well, everybody's property is somebody else's. If you're on it, then you look like one of them zombies.
Right. Exactly.
Yep. And that's the thing. No, like y'all have said before several times tonight, knowing your community, knowing your area. If you know all the families, because let's face it, we're in Arkansas. Families kind of live close to each other for the most part, or they're in larger groups. And knowing those families, even if they're not preparedness minded that you know of, having a relationship with them can help you in those kinds of situations if you do have to move on foot or through their property.
Well, yeah, but I mean, it's kind of like, you know, I guess if I had a big enough property that someone was walking across a big open field or something, you know, I'd keep my eye on them and probably scout out and do an overwatch on them and just kind of make sure if they're by themselves, you know, what kind of person are they? You know, if they got some prepper skills, you know, backpacks and they're building a campfire and sitting down and eating, you know, and kind of keeping it secluded and you know, I don't know. I'm probably gonna let that guy pass, you know. But yeah, if it's somebody wandering around like a zombie, it's target practice.
What's to say that's
I
not a
guess it would.
scout?
Yeah, that's where I was going with it.
A scout?
Mhm.
Well, I
Yeah,
guess
that's a possibility.
when the scout doesn't come back, I guess the scout knows that if you notice both answers I give, I never engaged.
Yep.
Except for, you know what I'm
Watch from
saying,
afar.
without
Well, when
without
he sees your garden down there and goes and picks him some, you gonna not engage or?
not the first time. Not the first time because if you haven't talked to that person, you don't know if he's an enemy or not. He could be a benefit to your surroundings.
Well, that's
And
why you would go engage him.
Yeah.
I'm not
Verbally
saying
engaged.
attack. I'm saying talk with, get, engage that way. Not, y'all got to keep in mind, I'm not the military type, so my engaging is going and
I'm not
talking to.
I'm not military either, but
But if somebody's on my property, I'm going to find out why.
Yeah,
hey
definitely.
Lazarus.
Like, hi. What y'all doing
I don't
here?
know. That's a hard one, man, and you know, I like the Overwatch thing, man, and watch him for a day or two, you know. See where he goes. If he comes and picks out of my garden and turns around and goes back in the direction that he come from, now we've got a problem. You know what I'm saying? If he picks a little bit and he just kind of keeps going, I'm gonna follow him for a while, see if he's taking notes or what is he doing. You know what I mean?
Hey, Dusty, how are you?
Dusty Dato, what's up, buddy?
Dusty Data. We'll be careful with him in here. He'll have us over on his channel singing something. Probably.
I know he's gonna have us all singing here in about 15 minutes. Hell, probably about 10 minutes.
We'll be
Probably.
playing Prepperty.
No, it's all singing. Arkansas turned on. It's too late, Arkansas. If you've done been live, bro, he can rewind a little bit and capture that. Bro, you done gave your face away, man.
Redneck, I'd call it one. I don't think we've ever been above 16 before.
Well, it's a good community, man, that these guys I hang around with, Dusty and Trust and Firefly, Lazarick, man, Redneck Prepper, Ark Wildman, NWA, all y'all, man, Shift Kicker, look at there, man, all good people. Come.
Yeah. Good people.
So
Arkansas Lit was going to say something just a second ago on the person walking through, but he got scared off.
he always gets scared. We always scare him off. I think he's one of them that kind of likes to, he kind of gets them little goosebumps when we talk about, Mad Max and prepping and stuff. But then it kind of scares him, and then he has to leave and go piddle a little, kind of like a new puppy. No, I mean, all BS aside, though, it's man, it's like it's hard to know exactly truly what to do. If you go down and talk to the person, if you just watch them for a few days, or a day, you know what I'm saying? Watch them all day or all evening from afar, and just kind of see what they do. Like I said, they come into my garden and start going back where they came from. Yeah, I'm engaging. All right, we're fixing to have a talk.
Yeah, and like you said, it does depend on the situation. If it's a single individual, they've got a pack, but they see your garden, they go up, they pick maybe 1-2 things, and then go back to where they were. Keep an eye on them or talk to them. If you think they're a threat, go talk to them or observe. Either one. It depends on the type of threat. But yeah, talk with them, because if they're just hungry, I don't mind giving my food to somebody that's just hungry and not meaning any harm. But they could just be a bushcrafter that's moving from one area to the other. And we're in Arkansas. For the most part, I truly believe Arkansas people are good people.
Yeah,
We've
but you
got
got to
some
worry
bad
about the
apples.
For
meth
the most
heads.
part.
But you got to worry about the meth heads too. There's a
Yeah.
lot of meth heads here.
Oh,
Still,
trust me, I know.
old druggies and shit.
I'm surrounded by them. But
Come rob you blind.
I still know that a couple of them I have now do get a couple of things out of my garden. Not that it's a very big garden, but the kids I don't worry about. They don't tear anything up. Uh, they're just raised in a bad situation. But
we're going to talk. There ain't
yeah,
no ifs, ands, and buts about it.
Right?
but if they're armed to the teeth as an individual and you go down to talk, maybe they're paranoid and they just blow you away. That's where you have to be more diligent on the way the scenario is.
No, I didn't say I was going alone or that I was not going to have somebody have my back. I just said we're gonna have words and figure out. You either maybe you bring them in, maybe you send them on their way, maybe things do escalate, but whatever. But I'm gonna figure it out.
So so you're going to go down there immediately, or are you going to give it just a little bit and kind of
I'm gonna go down there immediately.
okay?
Yeah.
Well, this and this the
Another
whole
thing,
thing.
Tank's kind of an imposing figure if you ever meet him.
Well, this the other thing you got to understand is that these discussions are important. Because maybe a group of guys get together and I'm sitting there thinking we need to overwatch, and Tank's in the neighborhood and he's like, no, let's talk to these jokers now. So we need to have these discussions now instead of when the bad times happen.
Yep.
Yes, NWA prepper, I love the overwatch thing.
Well, the point is, they know that they're not on their land, so they're expecting somebody to come. And if nobody comes, then they're just going to keep coming back, or maybe they like that spot and want to move their crew into that spot, or maybe they're,
Right.
scouting.
Yeah.
But either way, I'm going to make it known that this is ours. And, if it's somebody just bushcrafting, like you said, all right, well, hey, we got a garden here. You know how to run this hole? If not, we'll teach you. And
Right.
maybe we bring them in. Or maybe they draw on you and you tell them they need to go on. And, you don't know how it's going to go, but not knowing anything is not knowing anything. I think
Right.
Yeah.
I'm going to
Right.
go know something.
And they may have somebody on Overwatch too, watching
Yeah,
out for
that's
them.
more than likely. Yeah.
Exactly. That's why I said, just that's why I was kind of, you know, because we went over this scenario before multiple times with in some other chats, and I just after all the chats, I'm kind of a fan of the Overwatch thing, and kind of figuring out what's going on first before I present myself, because they may have Overwatch themselves,
Yep.
and you walk out there and you get melted right there. And they're like, shoot, I knew somebody was here. That's one less we got to deal with. We're going to take this place over. You know what I mean?
Then there's a
Yep.
fight.
Yeah, but you're already melted though. That's my point. Is if you just immediately go out there and they have an Overwatch and their plan is to try to draw you out, and melt you on the spot, that's one less person they got to deal with.
Yep. There's so
But
many different scenarios.
how are you not just going to melt them on the spot?
Well, they don't know. That's what I
Well,
mean.
you
That's
don't know either. That's what I'm saying.
well, that's the game. That's what I'm getting at. That's why, to me, gathering intel from Overwatch is key. That's my opinion. Is all I'm saying.
And just a side thought on that, if for anybody that's tech savvy, maybe if you have a drone, send that out and see how they react. If they start shooting, they're hostile, they have the wrong intention.
Not necessarily. In a situation like that, I see a drone, I'm shooting it.
Why would you
Especially,
not wave and try and be friendly and draw everybody out? I'm not going out without somebody on my back. And I would
right.
think anybody would know that one person's not going to come out without somebody covering them.
Right.
I'm
So,
thinking more. My comment was more along the lines of drone over my place, not out anywhere else.
Right. I'm more what I'm
yeah,
meaning is if somebody's on your property and if you have enough property and you send a drone out, if they're shooting at your drone, you
Gotcha.
know that that's a hostile intention.
Yeah, it is. I could see where that could be thought of as a possible intention.
well, why
Yeah.
would you not Say you're walking. You're the one walking.
Mhm.
Somebody sends a drone out. What are you gonna do? You gonna shoot it, or are you gonna wave and turn around and back out?
No, because like NWA Prepper said, that's not my home field.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not gonna shoot at somebody else's stuff
Because that is a
just for the
hostile
fact
action.
that they know, you know.
One, you're armed, and two, that you're
Yep.
not afraid to use it.
Yeah,
Yeah, but then you're hostile automatically.
yeah.
Right.
You're gonna get melted for being in my pasture.
Oh yeah,
Right.
I
That's what
agree
I mean.
with that.
They would have to play it smart and be calm about it. Either back
Well,
up or
I would melt you on the simple fact that you just destroyed my drone and parts are hard to get. Right? It shit
yeah.
Yeah,
hit the fan, man. You
that's
really
part
gonna
of your
take out my drone?
defense. So
Like, really, you gonna take out my drone? Let me show you what happens.
That's what I'm saying. You don't. People aren't going to be running around being hostile, or they're not going to do it very long.
yeah,
One time at my place, I might get melted, but you're definitely melted.
Right. I understand. And again, like I said, that's why we get together and talk, man, and figure this stuff out, and
Okay, here's a good scenario we need to have a conversation on.
come on.
Your place burns down. You need to move on to somewhere else. How do you go about doing that without getting melted?
Well, I have about several families that I can go to.
Well, it's
But on the way
earthquake,
there, what are you gonna
zombie,
run into?
nuke, whatever your scenario is. You have to leave. You're the one walking. You're walking across somebody's pasture. How do you go about do that without being threatening? And how do you go about saying, "Hey, I would like to help out, join, whatever, if that's an opportunity, a possibility"? How do I walk to NWA Prepper's place without getting melted?
Kind of the roll of the dice there, because you don't know if they're going to be hostile immediately towards you.
Exactly.
that's why it's such
That's what I'm saying. How do we need that? Would be something that would be good to figure out.
right. And like NWA Prepper says, you have to get from point A to point B. Okay, say you've already done that. The reason we put this network back together, because we were a group before, now we're trying to just bring all of the different groups, because every single person on this panel right now is part of a different group, to my knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
All of us knowing each other and being able to speak with each other, uh, build that rapport with each other, that is when you can say, hey, I'm blah, blah, blah. At If you know where each group, I know where NWA's place is. I don't, but just say I do. If I went up there with my family and said, hey, I've got this, I've got some of my preps with me, house got burned down. You walk up, you be as non-threatening as possible at that point. You still have protection against your back, but the person going up to make contact should be as least threatening as possible, in my opinion.
Yeah. Well, here's the scenario. We have an earthquake. No matter it goes off, I have to leave here because everything's pretty much liquefied. Okay, Arkansas living is in between me and where I'm going, or Havoc, you're in between me and where I'm going. How do I get through y'all's place without getting melted?
Well, there's a
Don't
plan
be
to that
don't
too.
don't be picking my garden.
Well, you said you was just going to watch me. You wasn't going to melt me for picking your garden now.
Yeah, I say if
Yeah,
you
but
just go through and set up camp, then like leave by the morning and just keep going, and you probably wouldn't have an issue with people. But you never know who's going to be, hostile or who's going to be there too.
Well, the other thing is I was thinking about is doing network flags. Like if we all know each other's flags for each group, something like that.
But
Like
where I was
patches or
going,
something?
Yeah, because
secret handshake or something.
yeah, I mean, of course, anybody can melt you and steal your flag and run up to another place, but if they know where that is, that's the first thing.
Yeah.
The second thing is once we see each other's faces, it's like I know Backwoods' face, I know Arkansas Living's face, Tank we've met, NWA we've met. That kind of connection that we share, whether it's just here on video or we've shook hands before, we build that. We know how each other, uh, how everyone's going to react, and you be the one to go and make contact with that other group because your face is known, if that makes sense.
So so we're going to so let's go this route with it. So we're going to assume that your garden is, do you plant it really, really close to your house or do you plant it far away? Because see, that's the whole point, is that if the garden is real close to your house and you're ballsy enough to come up to my house where I am and pick my garden, then you're not leaving. Um, you know, it, do you build a secondary garden for yourself? But should someone come through, and it's way off from your place, and they come through and they're looking around, they're kind of like, shit, someone lives here. Someone's around somewhere.
Well, see,
I mean,
I'm not going to go pick your garden. I'm going to sit there by your garden and wait on somebody to come because I know somebody should be watching it, and somebody should be coming.
yeah, but if somebody's watching it, then I'm already going to see you coming up to the garden.
Yeah, and I'm going to sit there and wave and try and wait on somebody to come talk to me to figure out if I need to go on,
Right,
or if they're friendly or what.
right.
Hmm.
You see some booger man looking dude pop out of the woods and kind of go like that right there,
Then you
like,
go on.
yeah. Like, get. Yeah, I don't know,
And then
man.
you
There's a
go,
lot of,
okay.
Or maybe you walk up there, walk to the post, the corner of their garden, set a radio up on it with a note, and walk back to the woods.
Lose a lot of radios that way.
Don't get shot a lot
Yeah.
that way.
Fair point.
NWA and Badger had some pretty good back and forth going on right there. I don't know if you've seen that or not.
Yeah, I got to see if I can get the chat going. I
well,
may disappear here. Give me a minute.
you should, Tank, hold on. Before you do anything, you should be able to, since you're in StreamYard, you should be able to shrink your screen and look over to the side, and it'll say private chat and then comments. You click on comments, and you'll see what everybody's saying without
There
going
is a bit of a delay, though.
better than.
Yep, there he went.
Yeah, see, that's the whole thing is, I'm not trying to give too much away, but it will be no problem for me to get to A to B where I'm at. You know, I do know the locations, I do know the people. That's the kind of thing. I mean, I wouldn't have to go far at all, like at all.
But for somebody who doesn't, do they know the people in between, and what kind of trouble are they going to get into in that process of going from A to B?
Hmm.
We have a group gather.
Okay, Badger's got a point here, or a good question anyway. What kind of timetable, rhyme table? We aren't rappers. Does one figure on for those coming in?
Well,
Uh,
there. Go ahead.
no, go ahead.
Well, there is no timetable. I mean, you hope they get there as quick as they can. But I mean, you know, if it's SHTF, I mean, what kind of obstacles do they go through? I mean, just because you think you've got an old back road that nobody travels, there may be 5, 10 people down that road. You know, trying thinking the same thing we are. I got to get off the main highways and get on these back roads. I mean, so there's not really a timetable. You know, your people may have to go around. You know, it it may be 2 days travel straight on as crow flies. You know, on your route, you pick the shortest route, but something may happen in between there, and you've got to know that you may have to take a day's detour.
And
You
one
know,
thing to
Yeah.
go along with that would be communication for radios or anything like that for signaling, hey, I'm coming in, I'm here, I'm a friendly.
Yeah. Radios help, but say it's an area where radio isn't going to work. If you only have, your walkie, you've got maybe a couple miles max line of sight, and with all the woods and rock that we have up in the northern part of the state, and then all the woods and mud we have in the southern part of the state, it, you're not going to get very far. But having a good communication platform, as far as people can see with binoculars quite a ways or their scopes, having flags, something to wave, hold up to say, "Hey, I'm a friendly." That that I think would be just as helpful as a radio in some of those situations.
Well,
And as
yeah,
far as
except for the guy sitting here listening that's in one of the anti-prepper groups that's going to make the same flag.
they don't know what the flag is.
But if they end up
They'll
catching up with
figure it out.
anybody, they
That's
would
what
have
they
the flag.
do.
Yeah.
Well, most
Another,
people carry bandanas anyway, so they wouldn't know what it is.
yeah. And
I'm
another
just saying it
thing,
was that route.
we were talking about roads and staying off the roads earlier. Has anyone else put into? I know Arkansas Living has, because he knows the people that operate it. Has anyone looked at the power lines, following those paths?
That ain't something you do around here.
No, but in a shift scenario, that's a good
I
open
mean, what
area.
type? The like the high power or the high voltage lines, or
No,
like
Yeah,
the
because that's
you're
regular
cut through the
ones?
middle of a forest.
you're better off walking through the woods with big trees as you are the undergrowth that they've caused by cutting the stuff.
yeah,
Yeah,
most of any of your woods that is natural growth, you're not going to have as much um, obstructions as you are like where they have cut trees or where
Oh
they
yeah.
have done select cuts and stuff like that. You're going to have a little more difficulty going through the terrain because you're letting a lot of sunlight and stuff like that in,
hmm,
and you're going to have a lot of that undergrowth. You know, whereas natural woods, you know, it's not going to be that bad.
right.
And now I understand y'all are got different stuff than we do. They trim our power lines down here with a helicopter because you can't get to them through the
Yeah,
sloughs and stuff.
the reason I was mentioning that is, if you have to bug out and you're using a vehicle, you can't use a vehicle necessarily to go through heavy woods, through the national forest or something like that. But you would still have the opportunity in paths like that. Most people that don't think about it will be on the roadway and battling it out there.
Well, I don't know about the power line deal really. I mean, we got power lines up here, but you know, we don't. We're more up in the hills and stuff. So you know, you may can see from one hilltop to the other and see down in the valley, but you know, it wouldn't take but just topping one hill and then nobody could see you for a ways. You know what I mean? It's
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
so
don't.
we're talking about two different things. Y'all's
But why would you?
roads and power lines up there is way different than ours.
But I mean, why would you travel the power lines? You know, unless you knew for sure that that power line went to the area you were going to.
It's all mapped out. There's a power line map, just like there is a road map.
Right.
And their power lines up there in the hills are trimmed and mowed under.
Yeah.
Ours down here go through sloughs and stuff. I mean, you're going to be on the road down here. It may be a
Okay.
field road, but you're going to be on the road.
The Arkansas Living brings up a good point. There ain't no bridges and stuff either on none of that stuff.
Yep.
So you come to a creek and you're just gonna have to find a place to cross. And if it's a slough, good luck with that.
Yeah.
Well, and that's the thing. We gotta, come together. Everybody does and understand things and understand that even from north to south in Arkansas, just even in when you're still in your same state, just north to south, you're running into a completely different terrain.
Yeah. You got rocks up north, mud down south, and a whole lot of mess in between.
Yeah, but you go over northwest though, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I mean northeast. Why did I say west? Northeast. You start to get into a lot of fields and shit.
Yeah, so that's where I'm at. It's fields here, fields and field roads. Every 20 to 500 acres has a square road around it and a ditch.
You anywhere close to Pocahontas?
Yeah,
I go to Pocahontas quite often.
We travel through there on the way down to our property.
Yeah. Backwoods. I need to get you and Tank in a private chat at some point.
Yep.
Actually, we've got a private chat here.
You know where Warm Springs. You know where Warm Springs is? Oh, scared him off.
Tank? Wow. Okay.
He popped out for a minute and
He'll be back.
probably moving around on the chat and got kicked.
Yeah, that happens. Especially if you're using your phone.
Yeah, I'm sitting here with a laptop and my phone.
I use my laptop and a plug-in screen so I can pull
There
up
you go.
the YouTube on one side and StreamYard on the other. And
I'm sitting here on a Linux machine with 3 monitors and having trouble keeping up with everything.
Yeah, I just got a phone.
all right, that one wasn't me. I promise. I don't. It closed me plumb out of that time.
well, I go up. Tank. You know where Warm Springs is?
Nah, it doesn't ring a bell.
Attica. How about um damn it, Maynard.
Yeah, I know where Maynard's at.
All right, I'm hunting just west of Maynard. I got a hunting place up yonder.
Yeah.
Our deer camp's on our north fence is you cross over and you're in Missouri. We're right on the Arkansas Missouri line up yonder.
Yeah.
But
But I go up Pocahontas quite a bit, even though some folks over in what's the next town over? Shit, I know how to go there. I can't never think of the name of it because I don't ever say it. Shit.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, everyone knows where I live. Just if you've watched any of my streams,
Oh, mine's just my deer hunting spot, man. I don't care who knows. You come up there messing around, them folks around there, man, don't play. I know a lot of them folks up there. I don't. We're not like friends, but they know who we are. You know what I'm saying? They know we've got that property over there, so they don't bother us and we don't bother them, kind of thing. But yeah, people start coming up there messing around. Arkansas living, you know, you do know he lives in New York City. He actually has an apartment. That's a couple of blocks down from Angry Prepper.
that guy's a riot. I love watching him get on his rants.
Angry Prepper.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah, he trips me out. I don't know, there's a lot of different scenarios, man. I mean, there's a lot of different things that that can happen. There's a lot of stuff that we just, I enjoy talking about it, getting different opinions.
yeah, and that's just it. Everybody's going to have an opinion on how they want to do things, but it's not wrong because that's how they feel comfortable doing it. That if that's what they practice, that's what works for them. More power to them, because I don't prep the same way you do, or the same way Tank does. But prepping is what works for us, not necessarily what works for everyone. Did I lose you? We're really good at awkward silences here on this channel. It's our signature.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Well, I mean, it's just I'm building me a bug out bag this coming week, and I think I'm gonna. I thought about actually doing a live stream while I'm doing it, just to talk to folks and see what their opinions are of what I put in there.
Yeah, yeah, that'd be good. I mean, showing how you pack or and what you pack shows kind of the style of prepping that you intend to do,
Right.
as far as how you're going to get somewhere or away from somewhere.
And talking about it while you're doing it shows the thought that you put behind it.
Yeah,
Right. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking about. I went and got me a Molly pack the other day. It's pretty much like an Alice pack. It's just got the Molly on it. It's big. It'll hold a lot of stuff, but I'm not going to put a lot of stuff in there. The stuff that I've got was in another backpack, and it was like just golly, man, it was so crammed in there. And I tried two or three different times to kind of maneuver it around, using the thought process of, well, if I have to bug out with it or if I have to camp out with it, I'm gonna need a hatchet, my tent, things like that. But then, I don't know, it's just trying to move it around and get things to fit in there properly. It was just, and I could carry the backpack. It didn't weigh too much, I could carry it no problem. It just, that gum, man. It just, everything had to be in there just right, nice and neat. And so I went and got a little bit bigger bag where I can put this stuff in there and have a little more room, have things a little more separated.
yeah, and overall makes a good point too.
Yeah. Absolutely. It's a
It's like my normal carry bag. I'll carry it everywhere because it's both a bug out to get home and a camp bag for me. But I've got smaller bags of each one. This sucker, we've had someone on a previous stream say it was about 700 pounds, and I think it's closer to 70. But it's all
Mm.
the bag is Vietnam era, if that helps. I'll bring it down
your
when we
bag weighs
meet up.
70 pounds.
Yeah,
Jesus.
but it's
Mine only weigh 9.
And mine only weighs about 16.
it's a multi. I carry tools. It's a multi-purpose. I don't necessarily go buy the lightweight stuff, so it's yeah,
Fair. Sometimes the heavier stuff is a little bit more durable to the elements.
yeah. I'm not worried
My
about leaving it out in the rain if I have to.
my
NWA
get
looks
home bag
good
is a
until you can't get to your bug out location, and then your bug out bag needs to be a little more.
I,
A little more weight or a little more
I think
portable.
you're gonna be. I think you're gonna be hiding. You're gonna be figuring out on the way which items you can do without and hiding them jokers and be like, well, I'll come back and get them later.
He
70
was saying
pounds.
his bag is just to get him from to his location, and
Right.
that's fine until something happens and you've got a detour or something else. That's why I don't like the get home bag scenario.
Yeah, that 70 pounds is a lot.
Like I said, it's I carry 3 weeks of food. I mean, it's a 3 week bag. It's not just
wow.
a few hours.
Mm.
My bag that I carry every day, just my get home bag, is just a sling bag from Walmart, and it weighs maybe 10, 15 pounds at the most.
Yeah.
But I only have a 30-minute drive, so a couple hour walk, I could be home.
Yeah, that's kind of the way. Like I have two or three different get home style bags depending on where I go.
Right.
If I go up north, then I've got a different bag that I carry because it could be a 4 or 5. It could turn into a 4 or 5 day walk.
Well, and I
Because
like if we go out of state, I carry um, to visit anybody. I have a box that always goes in the vehicle, and that has an extra bag in it, which is stocked up with a lot more stuff. But for me to just carry it on my day to day, it would be a waste of space.
Yeah. Uh, I realize if I had to go long distance, more than 15, 20 miles, I would have to shed a lot of weight.
yeah,
But
Well,
I kind of like
Or
Redneck
just take
Prepper's
longer.
idea. Or just take longer. Yeah. Uh, I mean, that's
But
set
see,
up to where you could
that's
stop
the
and
deal.
camp.
If you're planning for a if you're planning for a 3 day walk home and that turns into a week, your bug out bag is lacking.
Yeah.
That's why I always add more days to my bags. Like, say your average get home bag is like 24 to 72 hours. I would make that actually 72 hours, but like a bug out bag, which is a 72-hour bag, I would make that a week.
See, a bug out bag to me is something that if if you're bugging out, then something has happened and you're having to leave all your stuff and you're gonna it's I'm gonna have shelter, ways, you know, I'm gonna have more than just enough food to get me home.
Oh yeah, you got to be ready to essentially live out of that bag for the time being.
Yep.
Well, that's the kind of the point in being a prepper. You want to prepare for stuff. Well, I'm gonna prepare that
Mm-hmm.
this ain't gonna
do,
be a 2 hour walk home.
do you have an next um plane? Do you have a extra set of glasses in your bag?
Not in my bag, no. But I don't necessarily need them either. I don't wear them
I
if I
got
have to use a scope anyway.
a
Well, I don't either, but you have to use them up close, don't you?
It's a mid-range.
Well, see mine is just up close, so when I take mine off, see all this shit is blurry to me.
Yeah,
If I back up a pretty good ways, I can start to read the chat, like this. But that's what I'm saying. When I carry an extra pair of glasses in mine just because I know how many times I've broke and lost my glasses.
yeah. I do have an extra set that's just like this. They're actually a stronger prescription that I use just for open sights, if that helps.
Yeah.
But I don't keep
Well,
it in my bag.
I got a
The
question to
overall
pose
living
for you on your
there.
bags. Um,
over-
how much of your stuff are you carrying that's multi-use instead of just, say, carrying an axe? Are you carrying an axe with, or a hatchet with something else, or how much is multi-use instead of just single-use items?
Multi-use as much as possible.
Overall living said your bag can weigh you down. Yeah, that's a fact.
Yeah,
yeah.
And if you see things are going good and you're going to be able to get home in your 2 hours or whatever, you can always throw it down, hide it in the bushes, leave it in the middle of the street, whatever. But if things don't go well, then I'd rather have it and be able to drop it than not have it and need it.
absolutely. Because let's face it, uh, while I have dropped down to a lightweight tent, I used to carry a full three-person dome tent with the bag. And after a 5 mile trip, I realized I didn't need that tent that bad.
Until
So,
you do.
right. But a tarp, a folded up tarp in there, and a hammock, it works just as well for an
Mhm.
individual.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
A lot of people just carry a tarp, and that just irks me. That goes against because
Yeah, like you're
you
gonna
get in
sleep
a
on the
good
ground.
rainstorm, you're not going to stay dry in a tarp. I don't care how good you are at building a shelter. If you're on the ground, you're going to be wet.
I
A
carry
tarp and
Right.
a
these two.
hammock.
Hammock.
I,
Yeah.
Yep.
I carry.
Hammock
I
and a
carry.
tarp.
Yeah, I carry these two right here with me. It's a bug out. It's a bug out. It's a hammock, bug net, and a little two-person survival tent. It's one of them. Uh, Pretty nice little. It don't weigh nothing, man. Neither one of these weigh
Yeah.
anything. I mean, they're just lightweight. And then I've got a couple of tarps that I carry too. But that's where bushcrafting comes in. You can build you a bed, or I mean, hell, you can just lay some logs on the ground. You know what I'm saying? And
You can make
create
a
some.
bed out of trash bags and leaves.
You can
Right,
build a house,
Yeah.
but not before the rainstorm gets there.
right. Well, and that's what I was talking about when we first came on about bugging out. I was saying, just think about if you were having to bug out tonight, like like here in an hour, you had to bug out. You had to leave. It's here in Arkansas. We're getting thunderstorms and stuff. It's been raining here. And it's supposed to rain over the next 3, 4, 5 days. And like I was saying at the start was that look, we this is Arkansas. You know how crazy our weather is, man. It may not. They can have thunderstorms and rain in the forecast for the next 7 days, and it won't rain one time. And then again, it could rain every single day, and I'm talking about freaking come a steady rain. So, if knowing the forecast that we have right now, where it's supposed to rain every day, think about that bugging out. That's going to be a son of a gun.
Yeah.
We talked about that in the early part.
Well, see, that's also a difference. What do you call them bugging out? Because to me, bugging out is I've had to leave for a reason.
Yeah.
Fire,
Right.
getting, some the zombies has overrun this place, whatever. That's just not an option.
Well, we already established that zombies were the cause of us leaving. That's what I'm getting at. It really doesn't matter why you have to leave. The point of it is that you had to leave.
Well, yeah, some people are planning on leaving as they're playing. I mean,
Right.
not because they have to, and that's a different deal, you know.
Yeah,
Right.
that's
There
a
are
different.
different types of bugging out. Sometimes you're bugging out to go from one place to another that you have preset. Another is I have to leave because there's no other choice, and
Right.
not necessarily have a destination.
See,
Yeah, and
my
everybody says,
situation
"Oh, you need
is
to have a bug out location." That's fine. What happens when your bug out location burns down?
Then you have another bug out location.
And what happens when that one burns down?
A,
Hell,
B,
I mean,
C, all the way through. I mean, backups to
maybe
backups.
You going to set your tail at somebody's garden corner until they come talk to you. Is what you're going to do.
maybe they set off a nuke and we're all going to be screwed anyway. So
Well, if
I
that
mean,
lands in your lap, we ain't got to worry about it. So I don't
Yeah,
worry about that.
I'm just saying, you know, all I'm saying is that
absolutely.
if you had to leave right now, it doesn't matter what happened. If you had to leave right now, knowing what the weather's going to be, and like right now, like I said, it's raining here, and it could rain all night. It could stop raining in 5 minutes and not rain again for a month. I mean, who knows? I mean, but the whole point of it is knowing what we know at this moment. What I do know is I've got to leave, and it's raining, and it's supposed to rain for the next 5 6 days. That's the intel that I have now.
What's the question?
Well, it's not necessarily a question. It's you got to understand if your bug out. People talking about, man, I'm bugging out. Well, you may not get to pick the time when you bug out. If you're waiting to bug out, and I'm saying you ain't going to get to pick the weather. Basically, is my
Essentially, you
point.
gotta be ready for everything it can throw at you.
Yes.
I mean, you
Yeah.
want to
So
plan
you're
that way, somebody could kick in your door at 2 o'clock in the morning and you're gonna have to bolt out a window. You might have to leave with nothing. What is your plan then?
Well, that's why you got something stashed somewhere.
I'm along the same lines of thinking as Mayhem. I think our kits are probably going to be fairly similar, Mayhem. Although mine will probably be a lot older. But I know a tiny bit of your background, and we're probably kitted about the same.
Yeah. It's just. I mean, it's one of them things. All I'm getting at is that you know you have to understand that if you are planning on leaving, or even if you're not planning on leaving, you may not get to pick the weather in the scenario that you want, and you just got to be ready. You just got to understand it may be miserable as hell for a day or two until you can get to a safe
And
location and get something established.
yeah,
Yeah, I'm kind of with Hobie on that, or overall living on that one.
Right. I've always said I ain't going nowhere. I mean all my bags are get home bags is what I consider them, but I mean they're no different than a bug out bag, I guess. I'm gonna carry as much stuff as I think I can handle, for that amount of time, and it's just one of them deals where you can't know the scenario until it happens. You can't know what happens until it happens. That's just the way it is.
That's why you plan on a camping bag instead of a bug out bag.
Backwoods. Are you practicing carrying your bag at all?
Oh
Or do
yeah,
you just pack it and throw it in?
I cut my grass in my body armor.
All right.
My
That's the
plate
problem I see with a lot of people that are they're building these big bags and they're not walking with them, using them And when it comes time to actually have to do it, they're not going to be able to actually do what they're planning on.
I'll
Yeah, I
admit
mean, you
I've
can
put
be
on some
able.
pounds since I've done my last run.
Yeah, we go on hiking trails and stuff like that, and carry backpacks and our bags and stuff, and it's there's a lot of, I don't know, there's a lot of things I do that some people is like, man, I do it that way, it's easier, and I'm like, well, I don't want to do it the easier way. I want to do it the hard way because I want to stay in shape. I want to know what it's like to work hard,
And
you know,
then if things go great, you can do it the easy way, but at
right.
least you know how to do it the hard way.
Right.
Exactly.
Well, I'm in shape. I
Right.
don't have to depend on just the easy way, because the easy way ain't always the best.
Now,
Yeah, that's what NWA said. We all need to be ready for whatever we plan to change.
Yep.
Okay. Well, why plan on having a get home bag? Why not plan on having a camping or what is it? Never coming home bag, inch bag. Why
So
not
what's
have that?
so what's the difference?
the
Uh,
amount of stuff,
you're
the
not
way
going
you
to have
pack
a
it,
fishing hooks or camp or cooking stuff in a get home bag.
Says who?
I got a
Says
stove in mine.
most of the people.
Oh, well, I got all that stuff in mine.
Yeah, those macro kits like we talk about in Chat Tank, that
Mhm.
that all goes to help micro, or to put all of that in as small of a kit as possible. And I think there's a lot to do with that as far as keeping the fishing line and the hooks. You can put all that in an Altoids can.
Yeah, I carry a small fishing kit with me, and including some trot line type material. Well, 550 paracord, but I mean you can use it as trot line, and you can you know catch you a couple of little small fish with a couple of crickets or worms or whatever you find around in the woods and whatever around the creek, and you use that to catch your small fish, and you put a small fish or two on the trot line to catch you a bigger fish. I mean, I carry some fishing equipment. I mean, my get home bags are camping bags. They're made to help me survive at least 5 days. As far as it goes for just eating out of it, and that's not counting the other stuff that I have to be able to, you know, doing trapping and fishing and stuff like that. I mean, hell, don't get me wrong. If I'm hungry, I'll go flip over rocks and catch crawdads. I've done that all my whole life.
Yeah, and grubs are not too bad either. Not
Yeah,
fresh
they are.
anyways.
They're pretty bad.
I've got a video on my channel where I practice making a spear and a one-handed fire striker out of a knife. You know, I took a knife and a ferro rod, but I took the knife and I done it all one-handed, and basically I built me a spear out of that knife, and I can also take that and lay it down, like on a rock, and put my tender right there, and I can still put my knee on it and one hand strike. It was a one-handed challenge that the prepper community I'm with done.
That's a good idea. I haven't practiced with one hand.
I've got it right here. I built this little spear one-handed with the little knife I had, and I can use a ferro rod here, and I can also use this to spear stuff.
Hmm.
I can use it as a defense tool. It works.
Yeah,
It ain't the sweetest looking best thing in the world, but I bet it'll work. I can spear a fish with this.
that's all that matters.
I'm just saying, there's a lot of little things you can do out there. I mean, it's to sustain yourself, and even even a few people. If you know what you're doing.
Have you speared a fish with that?
I have not speared a fish with that, but I speared one with something similar to that in my past, and so I mean, yeah, I know it works. I mean, I know for sure it works. I'm not saying I'm 100% with it or anything, but I have speared a fish, yes. We got a nice little creek down here right by us that there's some pretty nice fish in that dang thing, and man, a lot of times the water is clear, and I've waded out there and used a rod and reel, but I've waded out there and got really close to the fish and just drop it down, sitting there looking at them, and just jig that little jig right up and down on them. I mean, it's hard to do. I've spooked a lot of fish off, just like I don't hunt in a deer stand. I just don't. I've
I
always
was
done
just
a lot
wondering.
myself.
We've speared some fish, and it's hard enough with an actual gig.
Yeah, it's not easy because that water perception is different.
I was
I
just
mean,
talking about getting it to actually stick in the fish.
yeah,
Mm.
yeah, it's not easy. I'm not saying you're gonna run out there and feed 20 people off a couple of some for an hour. You're gonna run out there and spear enough fish. I mean, it's not easy. Shit hits the fan. It's not gonna be easy.
Yeah.
Nothing. Anything like that in that kind of scenario, it's not going to be easy. It's not going to be easy for those who are used to having, an air conditioner. I mean, I ain't going to lie to you. It was hot in this shop building today. And I turned on my air conditioner about 3.5 hours before the stream started so it would cool down in here because I was out here after I got through mowing my yards today. And I got home and everything and sit out here for a little bit. And I mean, I was just moving around just a little bit, just kind of getting a bunch of my gear together to pack this new this new backpack I got. And I mean, I was just dripping with sweat. It was 97 degrees on my front porch where the shade is, and this is a metal building, so it was hot in this summer. Man, it was hot.
Trust me, I know about not doing without an air conditioner. Mine went out yesterday, and I was ready to bug out.
I don't blame you. I'd probably be sitting at a hotel tonight.
I got it fixed, or we'd have been at somewhere else.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Phew. I mean, and a lot of people are like, well, I thought you're supposed to be, prepper and tough and all this. And I'm like, well, screw that. I mean, it ain't shit hits the fan right now. We got air conditioner, man. I'm gonna use that shit. I'm
Yeah.
gonna be comfortable. I'm gonna be
Use
comfortable while I can.
until there's not the opportunity for it. Yeah. At that point, that's when you embrace the suck.
Yep.
That's the mental preparedness.
That's what I always say. That's what I always say at the end of my videos. When you prepare your mind properly, everything will fall into place. Because there's some things you can't prepare your mind for. Even the Bible tells you in the end times, man, when things get bad, it'll cause men's hearts to fail.
Yep.
And there's a reason why it says that. Tank,
Yes, sir.
overall living is saying which bag would have taken. I guess which bag would. Which, hmm,
Try a little harder.
yeah, I'm not sure about that one either.
Well, that's because you're up in the Yankeeville, Reaper.
Yeah, for a little bit of time. But we've
Yeah,
had days where it's 100 degrees up here, and heat
Oh, okay.
index just the other day was 105.
Yeah.
oh,
Okay.
he's saying which bag would have you taken if you bugged out over
All
the
of them.
Oh, that makes sense now.
Yep,
Okay.
yep. Bunch of dumb rednecks.
Badger
Hell,
brings up a good question.
I was like, what the hell are
Bags
you
for
talking about?
bags for kids, yes or no?
Yeah.
Heck
Yes.
yes.
Oh yeah, man. I mean,
Use
there's a
them for the workhorses they are.
and
All that
Each of my,
energy.
each
Have a
each
good
of my
one in there,
kids
Jerry.
has their own bug out bag.
Yeah. Of course, theirs would be lighter without as many tools, things like that. Uh, you can also, if you're traveling as a family unit, you can evenly dispense it out across everyone if you wanted. If everyone's about the same strength level, of course, if you got teenage boys, something like that, they can carry more than the 8-year-old girl typically. But that all works in.
man.
We are in Arkansas. We have some pretty strong girls around here.
I was gonna
Yeah,
say, I'm
my
gonna tell you
my
right
daughter's the same way.
now, my two girls that kicked my boy's ass,
Yeah,
1-on-1. Man, my girls are tougher than shit, man. God dang, man. I mean, my boy's
Uh,
tough too. He really is. I gotta hand it to him, man. They were out there playing football here. It was last year. They were out here in the front yard just kind of throwing the ball and stuff. And he was running and he tripped. And dude, I'm talking about he freaking head butted the hell out of the fender of the car, man. I mean, just like
why?
power drive it, man, and knocked a big old dent in it. And I was like, oh shit, I was like, the damn car. No, I made sure my boy was all right, and he got up and he was like, he looked at that car and he looked at me and he thought, uh oh, you know,
Yeah,
and I just reached in there and took them screws out and reached in there and hell, it popped right back into place, man. That metal we got on these cars nowadays, kind of thin stuff, but yeah, it popped back into place. You can't even tell, but yeah, he did, boy. He had butted the shit. He moved the whole car, man. You know what I'm saying? It shook.
yeah.
I was like, damn. They got up and it wasn't like nothing, but yeah, my girls are tough, man. They're the deer hunters. Man, them girls can hunt.
My daughter's ready to get down to our property. She wants to go hunting.
Take her, man. I'm telling you, that's experience of a lifetime, man. Jeez.
Oh, the trail cams has caught deer and armadillo, so we're good.
I wouldn't trade some of them hunting trips with my girls, man, for nothing, man. I'm telling you, the memories. My my one daughter, her first deer, it was actually a 6 point. Was her first, and then she dropped that sucker right where it stood, man. And I nearly, I did set up a ground blind for my daughters to start out, and then started teaching them spot and stalk. But the first deer, she dropped that thing right on the spot, man. And I like to jump plumb through the ground blind. And then my other daughter, her first deer was a 10 point, dude. And
Nice.
it was getting dark, man. And I was like, girl, you're gonna have to shoot because we were sitting side by side, and from my angle, I was like, man, I got a perfect shot on this deer. And she's sitting there, man, and it was with a muzzle loader. She killed her first one with a muzzle loader, her 10 point, and she's sitting there, and I'm like, girl, you're gonna have to shoot, man. I mean, we're fixing to not be able to shoot anymore. It's getting dark, and it took one more step, boy. And she hit it, and it ran about 40 yards, and that was it. It was
Wow,
dead.
good aim.
Yeah, yeah. Both my girls can shoot. That's for sure. I got a target over here somewhere. There's one of my girls' targets. You see them bullseye hits right there?
Yeah.
We started out with a new scope, and I started dialing it in, and then that's one of my girls. Here's another one of my girls' targets right there.
Nice.
Started dialing it in, and that's what they did. Right, that's what she did right there. Where's that other one? There's one more. That's my boy's target. Dialed it in. He's real man. He's consistent as hell.
Yeah, that's good grouping.
Yeah.
What kind of range are you at with those?
These were with 300 blackouts at 80 yards.
Okay.
So with just like 1.5 power scopes, you know. I built them some 300 blackouts. They're great little hunting rifles, man. They really are.
Yeah. Oh, we got some feedback.
Yeah, somebody. Looks like, yep, that I was just figuring to say,
Reaper.
looks like
Okay.
a Reaper. He moved into a bad service spot. It'll do that when if your service will kind of mess up if you're on your phone, and it'll start repeating.
Yeah, we were
Especially
talking about. Go ahead.
especially if you're on a phone conversation with somebody and you start getting an echo, tell them to move away from their computer screen, and it'll stop. If you're on a cell phone and you get too close to your computer screen, it'll start echoing. I don't know why, but I guess that Wi-Fi. I don't know, man, because
Maybe
it's
it's sound reflecting off of it from the speaker back
Uh,
into the mic.
my earbud died, and I had to switch over.
Uh, yeah, the actually, if we were talking about that before we went live tonight, Backwoods and I, out here, I wear the headset most of the time because number one, I've got an AC unit that sounds like 30 gnomes chopping on a tree, and and basically my speaker setup, it would just constantly backfeed. So the headset's the best choice for me.
Noise canceling, it works out well.
Absolutely.
well, I stopped. Man, I got rid of them 300 blackouts. They were great little deer rifles, but man, my girls love the muzzle loaders and the 30-30s. Man, that's what they want to use. So we'll use the 30-30s, man. That's a great deer rifle. I know if you start getting out by them fields and them long ranges, 30-30, is limited. But where we hunt at, man, 30-30 is a great rifle.
Yeah. I wish I could find some ammo for mine.
Well, I gotta say, you can't find no ammo for 30-30.
I haven't looked very hard, if that makes sense, or if that helps.
Yeah, I was gonna say because I don't know. I got plenty of ammo. We I like them 30-30s myself, man. We got a few of them around here.
Yeah. I'm still. Well, never mind. I'll leave that one alone.
Well, for a deer rifle, I've got yeah. I mean I always take my 30-30 with me, and I've got a bolt action rifle that I take as well, 270. But I like them 30-30s, man. I always take my 270 and try to kill my first one, and then I'll take that 30-30 out and try to kill one with it, and then switch them back and forth. And I usually get about 4 deer a year, so I usually get to kill a couple with each gun.
Yeah. So we didn't touch on defense a whole lot tonight.
On what?
On defense,
Defense? Okay.
Mm.
for those bugging in, how many people is ideal to defend a location?
That's
Everybody
going to
that can
depend.
hold a gun, pretty much.
Somebody's got to sleep.
All of them.
I mean, you'd have to manage it, run your shifts for coverage, but it'd also depend on how much of an area you're covering as to what you would need
Yep.
for people at any given time.
And it would see a mayhem. Yeah, and it would
Not
also depend on the age of the kids too. If you let's just say you're bugging in and it's just you and your kids. How old are your kids? You got to understand attention deficit disorder. It exists,
Yep.
even in adults.
Hmm.
You know, it's hard to keep people's attention for a certain amount of time. So people daydream, people wander off, people get dozy, at night.
Mm-hmm.
Oh
Maybe
yeah.
you're a day sleeper, and you've got to understand them kind of situations and these kind of people to where you're like, okay, this guy likes to sleep during the day. He's an all nighter, he stays up. You're gonna have to think about that stuff, and if you're going to use your kids for security detail, you better make sure you keep a short detail.
Well, and what
Depending.
other type of defenses are you going to have? Are you going to have any kind of perimeter alarms, tripwires, anything like that that you could use as a benefit to that to reduce your force that have to be out at any given time?
Hmm.
Exactly.
Um, Also, are you going to give away your position? Because just looking at uh, all of us on here, for the most part, we're all smokers. You're going to give up your position possibly by smoking or lighting a cigarette.
Yep. Yeah. And that's another thing. To, if you're planning on bugging in, having a defense plan for your location. Uh, if it's a large enough area and it's just your family, do you have enough people to defend it?
Right.
All of these factors come into play as a possible con to bugging in. Sometimes you just need more people.
Right. And um, like I know Backwoods has said before, use the land around you, build your own natural hides so that you're protected. Nobody can see you.
Yep.
I'll be back in just a second, guys.
Absolutely.
Hey, Backwoods, it's been a second. And Redneck,
But you,
yeah, I like that comment. How many landmines you got? But yeah, perimeter defenses. Say the grid's still up, and pretty much everyone on this panel and in chat knows that those that use MVGs and things like that, especially the infrared assisted ones, they show up on CCTV like crazy. They're kind of useless if the
Hmm.
grid is up, and
And
even if the grid
especially a
is,
good weapons light, if you come out on them, you'll blind them pretty much. And I heard
yep,
certain lights can damage them too.
yep,
But I'm
yeah,
sure
right. And
everybody's got a weapons light on a AR platform rifle or something.
yeah.
and
Everyone talks about, oh, I need to get night vision. I need to get this. Night vision's good for scouting
Yeah.
and for defense purposes, possibly, but for movements, especially into an unknown area, post shift. especially if they have power, that's not going to go in your favor.
Why would it not?
Because if you're using that night vision and they have cameras, you're made. Your position's given away without you even realizing it.
Yeah, but you can still see to move.
You can still see to move, and they can see exactly where you're moving.
Well, they can with a flashlight too.
Yeah.
They
But if
can
you,
with a thermal if you ain't got nothing. I mean, it's where are you gonna stop with it?
but the point
Night
is,
vision is so you can see, so you don't break your neck when you're walking.
yeah. But if I'm talking about the infrared assisted ones, if you use the star scope style night vision goggles, the older ones, non-electronic, I think that would be the more stealth way of movement,
I mean, if you ain't got nothing, and I got a thermal, you're made.
right?
So you can't look at it like that. You got to look at it like night vision is so I don't break my neck when I'm walking around in the dark, or so I can see that deer.
Hmm. Yeah. I mean, for
All,
that,
but
you're
keep it
right.
legal.
Well,
Make
I've had a
yourself and
lot of,
use force multipliers.
I've had
There's
a lot of,
always somebody going to have better capabilities than you, so there's really no need in worrying about that.
But it's something to be mentally prepared for, right?
Or just don't deal with it because there's not much you can do.
Okay.
pull poppers. Are you talking about them little plastic? What are you talking about? To
Talking
make,
about perimeter defenses.
I got you. Yeah, I see the pull poppers. I got you.
They don't hold up too well in the rain, though,
Right.
normally.
No, but they make the perimeter alarms that fire the 209 shell or caps primers. They
Yeah.
work wonders. Perimeter alarms that fire the 209 shell.
Sorry.
Well, you can make perimeter alarms fairly easy.
Oh,
Hmm.
absolutely. I'm just saying for somebody who wants to go real quick and simple, and they can just
Yeah,
buy them.
yeah.
Like that movie. What's that movie called? Be Quiet or something like that, or something quiet. Where the
I don't want the aliens.
where the alien creatures fly down and get you if you make any noise.
Yeah,
And
that was
that
a good.
lady,
That was a good trap there.
that lady was trying to walk through that that fence, and she kind of looked around and she took a little bit too much of a step and hit that tripwire, and all them aluminum cans was like bling, 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 bling. It was like, damn, made a lot of
A,
noise.
a quiet place.
Quiet place, yeah.
I'm gonna have to watch that movie now.
Yeah, that might be you know, I don't know. There might be some tricks and some tips in there on how to be quiet.
Some of those movies do have good, useful, real life practices you can use, but
Well,
just kind of
yeah,
weed it out.
Yeah,
yeah, and
imagination is a powerful thing. Thinking outside of the box makes you
I
see
mean,
things differently than the people that would be approaching or wanting to take. If
it
you have
ain't stupid if it works. So
exactly,
well, there's a lot of stuff you can do, and man, there's just so many freaking scenarios, and that's one of the things that Ghost Prepper and myself, when we do them scenarios, we, I mean, you can go on forever and ever about just all the different things that can happen. You may be just, I mean, there's a lot of stuff that makes noise. There's a lot of stuff you can use to, hey, now overall living, that's pretty that's pretty intense right there.
what is that?
Oh yeah, that I've seen that work. It's a visual
Oh, like
alarms.
I see. Perimeter alarm where they trip the wire in it.
Yeah.
Okay,
So
that
the
makes
dead of
sense.
night, you'll be able to see that green, blue, or red glow.
You know, that green lights up, or that whatever lights up, and you're like, okay, something's tripped that.
Right.
Great idea.
I've also seen one where you use mouse traps and pistol primers. So when it pops, it hits the primers and
Makes a loud noise
yeah.
because that's just them. Well, them primers and stuff. You know, that's a pretty loud. You know, obviously you don't hear it really per se. You know, when you're firing a shell, you know, out of a gun. But yeah, them. You know, especially anybody that's ever muzzle loaded, man, and you know, and with the old school cappers, you know, and the stupid things go off, but the muzzle loader doesn't.
Mm-hmm.
It's like it's pretty loud.
That'd be more along the lines of mousetrap glass vial with muriatic acid in it wrapped in tin. But
No, can't be doing that. Can't be doing that kind of crazy stuff.
You go into force multipliers. One of my best examples is if anybody's ever watched it, is Olympus Has Fallen, where they're out in the woods and he's blowing the woods up from
mhm.
different positions.
Tannerite's a wonderful thing, but it doesn't
Yes.
stay mixed or it doesn't stay potent for very long mixed.
No, it don't. No, it don't. My cousin had some, and it'd been sitting out in his shed for like a year, and it was still sealed up, man. But we went out there. He brought it to deer camp, and I mean, this was like during the summertime. We were doing a work day, and he was like, "Let's blow up that old stump over there." And I was like, "Cool, you know, man." I shot holes all in that damn thing, man. It never would go off. It pissed me off. I was like, "Damn, man! I was hoping to get to blow that old stump up, you know, get it out of the way."
Yeah, you got to keep the components separate. But fence posts with the 4 foot uh, bulbs. Having a brain fart. Uh,
The
the
fluorescent
lighting,
lights.
fluorescent lights. Thank you. You take those, you put your separate components in those, cap it back off. You shoot through your fence post once, it busts the glass, it mixes the components. You shoot it the second time, and boom.
Haven't heard that before.
I may have to try that out.
That would make an awesome video that would get taken down by YouTube immediately.
I mean, I know when shit hits the fan, you know, all bets are off. But as far as it goes for doing that now, what's the legal ramifications of that?
Of that would be using Tannerite not as it's used, or not
Right.
as intended. It would be an explosive device, and ATF would be kicking in your door.
Well, I know here in
Ouch.
Ohio right now, if you can buy tannerite legally, but the second you mix it, it's technically illegal.
Really?
Really?
Wow.
Yes.
I don't know how that.
What?
I don't know how they can legally, Supreme Court wise, get away with that just because you
You're the
bought that
ATF.
stuff. Yeah, I know. I know. Yeah, I don't want to get started on that deal because
Yeah, that's not a.
We don't have 10 hours to sit here and debate that.
Yeah, I don't
Or
have a
do
lot of
we?
battery.
Well,
yeah.
I don't have to work for the next couple of days,
Let's
so
Yeah.
let's change the subject because
You don't want to
I'm
get
gonna tell you
swatted
this.
soon.
Well, as long as there is some type of law, I want to abide by it.
Yeah.
After
Oh
Absolutely.
yeah.
shit hits the fan, obviously all bets are off because I'm gonna say even the law enforcement is gonna be at home protecting their own shit, you know.
Well, that's why it's called without rule of law.
Right,
I'm just waiting
right.
for it, Toby.
right.
But
But
yeah, there's all kinds of ways to skin those cats as far as defense, but not all legal right now.
Yeah, there's a few off the top of my head I can think of that. One wouldn't get you in trouble, probably using it would. Well, not if you're on private property, now that I think of it.
so what's a prep? Something simple that you think that you have that maybe nobody else has thought of. Something simple.
Ooh.
White phosphorus.
No, I'm talking about a simple prep.
Oh,
I'm talking about something simple. I mean, I'm trying to get away from this illegal stuff, man. I don't.
that's not illegal.
Well, me personally, I know many people have it, but not too many people, choose to use it or carry it, and that's those portable solar chargers.
I have
That's
3 of
marketed
them.
quite a bit. Yeah.
I have 3 of them right now.
I mean,
I
they're
plan on getting
useful.
a couple more. Yes, they are. They work really well. I've got one that just looks like a cell phone, you know.
Oh, that type.
Yeah, and then I have 2 that have the fold out, you
I
know.
was
So
gonna buy the one that I think I talked about it in Discord chat. I was gonna buy the one that had the battery bank with it, but after I found out it takes a week to charge the entire thing in the sun, no. I went ahead. I think I got mine's a 13-watt foldable.
Tank, I sure hope that's a hand.
I was just thinking that.
All right.
right.
I knew he wouldn't do that to us.
A bicycle tire repair kit in my bag. What all would overall living? What all is your intentions for having the bicycle repair kit,
This is the one I've got.
tire repair kit? Oh
Yeah.
yeah, nice.
Cool.
I mean,
Yeah,
everybody's thought of duct tape. Everybody's thought of paracord.
Yeah, everybody can make their own fire starters and such.
Yeah.
Everybody's got Sawyer minis and life straws.
You got a fan in yours?
Nope.
Now this one's I've got these in them. Little AA and AAA battery chargers that will run off the solar panel.
Okay.
Yeah, I got one of those too.
And you can also use these as a battery pack.
Nice.
You just put your batteries in it, and then it's a battery pack, or you hook it up and charge it.
Charge your phone. Looks like it's got a USB socket on it.
Yeah. And then this is also this is a little deal. Let's see if I can do this.
I have that one.
Hook that on it. Or it's just a USB to charge your phone or whatever. It's also got I don't keep these with the ones that I have in the bags. This one-handed stuff sucks.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Now we bougie prepping.
Heck yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I've got this type of charger, and then I have this one here. I've got 2 of these so far that fold out like this.
Hmm.
Yeah.
They work pretty good. You know, it depends on, because this has been brought up before. It was like, man, have you got one of them solar chargers for your cell phone? And I'm like, well, unless it's something that is on your phone, anything on your phone that needs internet service, you may not have internet service.
Right. Is that coming through yours, Tank?
No,
No.
no, not me.
Alrighty.
No, JS Badger, that's not dumb. That's actually I have a couple of different little small tools of mine. I've got one multi-tool, a Gerber, and then I have I got like one of my bags has a little pair of pliers and some channel locks and a couple of screwdrivers. It's never a bad idea to have a couple of little tools like that, especially if you've got some mechanic skills.
Oh, and for us that wear glasses, a little eyeglass repair kit.
Yep. You got that.
Yeah, we've got a few of them. Well, one of my things that I was thinking about on one of the preps that I've got that I just thought would be a great idea. There's two of them. One of them is hard candies.
Oh, absolutely.
Hard candies will last for freaking ever, man. Like they'll last forever. And you can get multiple hard candies. And I'm gonna tell you, for a mental aspect of things, things are going bad. That nice strawberry hard candy, or a peppermint, or what I'm saying, it's soothe
a morale
you.
booster.
Yeah, it's a morale booster, and it can soothe you and kind of you just be like, and you just kind of kick back and relax you, and it can help. And the other thing that we have here is board games.
Yep.
Like
Board games, card games.
Card games. We have some colors and some coloring pencils and some coloring books and some crossword puzzles and stuff like that. And some number 2 pencils. So like obviously if let's say you're using a crossword puzzle, you can do the crossword puzzle, and if you don't write too hard, you can erase it, and then I can do the crossword puzzle. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And so you can, obviously it's only going to last so long, but still, it's a morale booster. It's board games, hard candies, and like colors and coloring books and things like that. It's one of the things that we do that I thought, that the times I've mentioned it over the last couple of years, doing these live streams and stuff, people are like, damn, man, I never really thought about that, but having just go and get a bag of hard candy, man, and you can just get a plastic toad or whatever and just throw it in there, man. I'm telling you, this shit will last forever, man.
Right.
Yeah.
And I question for you is, as far as use of space, how much do you guys pack every inch of your bag, and even space that you would think would be useless? Like
I've got
for
stuff
me,
hanging off of mine.
well, for me, this is just my normal EDC bag that I carry for work, and underneath the patch, a little splinter out just to pull out because I work around metal all day, to pull out splinters. So I don't have to carry anything extra. You just stash it under there. It stays there. You can put all kinds of stuff in little spaces like that.
Yep. Yeah, great idea, man. Great idea. These are the kind of things that we need to be sharing and talk about, because, I can't think of everything. The Reaper can't think of everything. I kind of what I'm gathering, it seems like Playing Havoc thinks of everything, but no, I'm kidding. I'm just joshing with you, brother. But I'm saying we can't think of everything, and you know, talking about this and discussing different little tricks and stuff like that, man, it's a great idea. You know, it works out.
It's like the tools for no power. It's like how many people have prepped with just one of the push on hand crank drills.
I have 2 of them sitting here.
Okay, well, good deal.
I got a hand crank meat grinder too.
Yep.
Got one of
Coffee
those.
grinder.
Looking at getting a wheat grinder hand crank.
Yep.
Got some of those.
Saws, all kinds of stuff, hatchets, axes,
Heck yeah.
all kinds of stuff. I got all kinds of stuff around here. I got a 5-gallon bucket over here. It's probably got 6 or 7 different hatchets and axes and stuff stuck in it that I bought over the last couple of months. You know, just go and buy one. You know.
I'll tell you something about that wheat grinding. I'm pretty sure a man would starve to death if he had to grind wheat to eat for a living.
Right.
Well, fortunately, we are the only state that still has a functioning water stone mill. Have y'all ever been up there?
Yeah.
War Eagle?
Yeah.
Yep. Reaper,
Pretty
that's
cool.
exactly.
I have that one, and I have one of the bigger ones.
Yeah.
For boring out holes.
I've got one like that, but it doesn't work. Some of the teeth are missing.
Yeah, I have tap and die sets, a couple of them, stuff like that. Yeah, I mean that's, you know, people don't realize, but all that kind of stuff is preps. You know, I've got a bunch more of that stuff, but them boxes of nuts and bolts and hose clamps and screws, and I got screws and stuff all in here and all kinds of different stuff, you know, that I try to keep stocked up, wood screws and stuff, you know. I try to keep all that stuff, you know, plenty of stock, you know. Once I built my stock up, so when I need something, I go down and buy it, you know, and keep my stuff here. I guess if that makes sense.
Right, you keep your stockpile fresh, don't deplete it at all.
Right.
And for those that have more land and have animals like mules that are able to turn around in a circle, have that kind of stuff, and can convert animal power, you can actually run your compressors and things like that with the right kind of pulleys and belts. Be able to run that and still use more modern tools if you wanted to use the power for that.
You can create you some power too with some alternators.
Yep.
And some magnets.
Yep.
And some belts if you know what you're doing. I've got a couple of videos I've been watching, and this Amish guy, man, and I've watched a couple of them videos, and they freaking, he's got some kind of like a belt sander type thing.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like this belt, and he's got these magnets on it and magnets on the other side, and it's like when he pulls them closer together, he's got a way to, you know, make them get closer together, and it freaking, once he spins it, man, it just takes off and just keeps running, you know, and he hooks an alternator to it.
That's pretty cool. JS Badger named it Bedini motor. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, Prepper 101. What? Prepper 101, what's up, brother? Drop the link. Oh, well, the link is up there.
Yeah.
Up there.
Bless you. Bless you.
Man, I cut that grass today, and oh boy, the wind was blowing. And, you know, you can only cut it. I mean, man, when the wind's blowing, the wind's just blowing. And he had bush hogged right outside of his part that he keeps nice cut, you know. And so a bunch of that bunch of that hay grass was swung up on the lawn, and I had to kind of do some extra little cut and blowing it off so it looked good, you know. And so, man, them freaking them haze was everywhere today. What's up,
Overall,
Trevor?
did you ever get you a flour mill?
What's that?
I was talking overall living. Wondering if he ever got him a flour mill.
I thought he said that earlier, didn't he?
Yeah, but I wasn't sure if I was reading it right.
JS,
Yeah, okay.
peace out, and thank you for hanging out with us.
Have a good night, Badger.
Later, Badge.
I had a question for you guys. What about taking something that people would normally use as a prep, and after so long just toss it out because it's in their mind used, and then repurposing it for something else?
Upcycling is awesome.
How many people upcycle their Bic lighters into just fire starters?
I don't.
Like, what are you talking about?
Oh, Bic lighter's empty. You can cut the bottom half off of it, make it shorter, take all the top components except for the striker wheel and the flint, and then it's a fire striker.
Yeah, I see
Flint
what
steel.
Yeah.
But just don't have another lighter.
Yeah.
Sometimes they might run out.
Yeah, but you always got to remember, one is none and two is one. Like,
Absolutely.
you always keep a bunch of them around everywhere.
Oh yeah.
I've got a big shoebox size of just brand new lighters.
Yeah. Yeah, you can go on like Amazon and look up like Bic lighters or whatever, and man, you can get some pretty good size packs of them for pretty good discount. You know, I mean, you're still gonna, you know, Bic lighters are just gonna they're gonna cost so much, but
Oh yeah.
you can get a good discount on them. You know, buying them in bulk. Sure can.
But even those cheap lighters can be recycled and upcycled.
Right.
They're not something I'd want to carry with me all the time to use because just they're not that reliable. Oh yeah, the little torches are nice.
The little torches, I mean, as
Hey,
long as you
overall
keep
living.
extra cans of gas.
What's the name of that light? There you go. The Clippers. Have y'all seen those?
No. What is that? Let's see.
They're pretty cool. Yeah, look them up and screen share that. I knew he had some. He was thinking the same time I was, apparently.
Yeah, I'd like to see that.
I mean, it's nothing spectacular. It's basically a lighter that you can buy new flints for and refill and stuff.
Let's just take a look at the old China.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Okay.
Yeah, I remember them. I've seen them.
Interesting.
Yep. I've seen them before.
Step up from a big.
Yeah. On prep side, let's see. Have any of y'all used the? It was like a hatchet and a saw mixed together.
It was like a what?
It was a hatchet where you had it where it came together with a head, and then there was a saw blade that went from the end of the handle down to the base of the hatchet. I saw that a few years ago, and I said that has to be.
I know that they make the hatchets with the saw blade goes right into the handle.
I've got a I've got a hatchet with a knife in the end of the handle. It's got a little thing that holds the knife in it, and it's kind of, you know, it. I mean, it's stuck in there pretty good. You know what I mean? It won't just fall out, but it's got a little keeper, you know, and yeah, it's a pretty nice little knife blade on the end, a little hatchet.
They're kind of like a Mora knife, aren't they? The blades on those.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
The Zippo, that was it.
Oh yeah, I've seen those.
It's not a very good picture though. Hold on, let me find something a little better.
If you're on Google, just go up to images.
Yeah, that is.
There you go.
Huh, that's pretty neat.
I was wondering if anyone had used one of those yet.
I never have. I actually never seen one until you showed me just now.
I saw it and I was like, that's the most ridiculous idea ever. I wonder if it works.
Might be a good review video.
Yeah, I don't do those.
Why not?
There's so many review videos out there that I don't like talking to a camera to begin with. I mean, having a conversation with you guys, if I know what button to hit right there.
I was gonna
is
say
so
I'm
much
starting to
better.
feel. I was gonna say I'm starting to feel offended if you don't like talking to the camera and you're sitting here, brought us on here.
If it's
I
just
agree
the
with you
camera,
overall. I use the Corona saws.
I've got a cool old saw
Corona
that
saw. Oh, bow saw. Okay, yeah. Yeah, that is a high price point for a prep that's so limited. Lone Wolf. I agree
I
with you.
went to a shit flea market and found this.
Heck yeah.
Yep.
Some gun works pretty good too, man. It'll saw the shit out of some stuff. And the cool thing about this is, even if you break this handle,
You can
you
make a
can
new
build
one.
another one.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can make a new one. It's not that hard to do. You know, a little bit of whittling and a little ingenuity, and well, you got you another, connect you another saw. Yeah, but this thing works great, man. I found it at a flea market. I think I only paid like $5 or $6 for it. It was cheap, but it's pretty sturdy, man. As you can tell, you know I've used
Yeah.
the crap out of it. Sawed a lot of stuff with it. Up deer camp and stuff like that. I carry it with me. It works great.
I passed up on a 2-man tree saw here about 3 months, or actually, I guess it was back in March. And I'm kicking myself for it now. I don't have any trees to cut down here, but it'd be nice to have and just hang up on a wall, if anything else. Let my daughter paint on it, put a scene on there, and then if we need it, by God, we got one.
You find
That's
another
something,
one
in
at a
my
decent price,
opinion,
let me know.
a lot of people don't think of is if you've got a stove, your wood's got to be a certain length. And if you don't have a good crosscut saw, you're out there with a hatchet or an axe, which is ridiculous for bucking wood.
Yeah.
That's right. Prepper 101. That was mine and your conversation in the backstage. Don't be upsetting me. What the heck, man? No, all that kind of stuff, saws and tools like that are great to have around, they're always great to have around, but I like to prep up a lot of them little flavored drinks too. You know, them little powders. Man, I've got a ton of them damn things. You know,
Yeah.
because water obviously is the key to life. But after you drink water for so long, it's nice to have a little flavored water in there. You know what I mean? Put some flavoring in there.
If you watch Walmart once in a while, if you like it, they get those big containers of Tang and they'll mark them down
Yeah.
and just grab a bunch of them.
Yeah, you get some good vitamin C off Tang as
Oh
well.
yeah. And if you can figure out the measurements, you could use Mylar bags, divide them up, and make your own little drink pouches.
Yep.
Yeah, true. Those little Jack Daniels down here. Well, I just say that I use this for my little drinks.
Yep.
Oh, shine goes a long ways, boy.
Yeah. Antiseptic barter. It's a multi-use item.
Can y'all sew?
Yes.
So what?
Yeah.
I can
Oh,
sew buttons on. I can put a patch on if needed. It won't
I
look
built
pretty.
this. I built this pillow like shit 16 years ago now. I use this every year at deer camp, man. I carry it because like I said, I like the spot and stock method. I like doing this stuff here,
Hmm.
and so I carry this with me, man, and plop it down, and basically all it is a handkerchief and some old shirts that had holes and stuff in them, and I just folded them. And man, it's comfortable. It keeps my ass right off the ground, when it's cold,
Yeah.
and it works great, man. I've been using it every year, and it's still
Yeah,
good and
I
tight.
wish they still taught that in school for kids.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Speaking of sewing, anybody get any of the foot pedal Singer sewing machines?
Yes.
Yes. my my wife one day calls me and she's like, "Hey," she goes, "My mom wants to give up my great grandma's, and then it was her grandma's and then her mom's, wants to give me
Yeah.
her old foot pedal sewing machine. Do we want it?" Before she could get that finished, I was like, "Yep, get it. Yes, yes, get it." So yeah, we have one of them around here too. With all man, they come with a big old damn thing of thread and all kinds of stuff. I got a sewing kit right
Get
here
yourself
beside me.
some extra surgical tube to make for that belt if it ever goes out.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And those,
I keep a sewing kit right here beside me.
Oh yeah.
oh, look at the pretty colors.
Yeah. Well, man, you never know what color you might need. I just come with a sewing kit. It's mainly I bought extra needles and extra scissors and stuff to keep in here and some extra threads and I mean sewing kits can be could potentially be very important.
You got
Yeah.
a stitch puller in that stitch
Oh
ripper?
yeah, I got
All
all
right.
kinds of stuff in there, man.
Have y'all messed with those little bitty battery powered sewing machines?
No, I
I
haven't.
have I have seen them. I saw somebody use one and I just thought it looked too flimsy to me.
Yeah, but we got one for my daughter when she was little one time to play with, and we use it all the time. I mean, you just get it out, stick your batteries in there, and bzzz. I mean, yeah, like you said, they're flimsy feeling China. but it's still working, as far as I know.
They work for now, huh?
Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah.
have it.
Yeah.
I think look in the chat. Muffin Man made it. The private.
Oh, that's cool. He just texted me. We can let him sit back there and stew a minute. No, let him pop in.
Muffin Man.
Man, what's up?
Hey guys.
How are you?
Not a whole lot other than my friend is not very kind. I'm doing good. How are you?
That's Mr. Muff Buff.
Something like that.
I did buy me when I was at the Army surplus. It was actually yesterday when I went. I bought me this right here. I already had the e-tool, but I bought the little deal for $6 to carry it in. I mean, nice little e-tool there.
I want one.
I have broken
Pouch
every
too.
e-tool I've ever owned.
Yeah.
Real.
Yeah.
And I bought one of these, big old Camelback.
Yeah.
And one of the other things I bought was this right here, my backpack, my big Molly Alice pack.
Yeah.
It's like an Alice pack, but it's Molly.
Wow, that looks twice the size of mine.
Yeah, it's a big one. It's
You
big.
can just about fit in that one.
Well, you put a couple hundred pounds of stuff in that.
Yeah.
I had a question for you guys. Talking
ahead,
about
Reaper.
e-tools, have you guys, any of you used the one that was featured on Doomsday Preppers, the guy that made them? It's a real heavy duty, can use it as an axe. I can't remember the name of it.
Well, the
Yeah, I
original
I know what
military
you're
ones.
talking about, the little spade with the wood handle.
No, the one that
Oh.
has a pry bar on it. He can cut wood with it, cut cinder blocks.
I've seen that. Man,
I
he
can't remember.
takes some pretty good sized wire, man, and he lays it down on that stump and he's like
Oh yeah,
cuts it right in half, dude. I've seen them. They're expensive.
yeah. They were like 150, $200, something
Yeah,
like that.
I'm thinking they were more around $200, man. They're expensive.
Yeah.
I didn't know if anybody had used one of those. What they thought of it.
Man,
That back foot gets me every time.
what state of people you think you're talking to, man? We're Arkansas folks, man. We ain't buying no damn $200 little mini shovel.
No, I'll get a $5 shovel with a wooden handle and hacksaw that dude.
I'm just saying. Bug out
We can even get
Bushido.
fancy. I'll get a file and we'll
Bushido's
serrate
in the
one edge.
house.
Bushido is in the house, brother.
What are you doing with the laundry bag overall, living?
He's talking about
Yeah.
laundry bag.
Yeah, he said he recommends a laundry bag.
Yeah, absolutely. How many you need?
I was just wondering what he had in mind to do with it.
They're really good, quick bags to just throw stuff in and go. They're good for game. They're good for a lot of things. Just here's your waterproof. All right.
Just
How
wax them.
many of my? Yeah,
That's
I mean,
what
you
I
can
was
spray 'em.
thinking. I like the waterproof deals. I was thinking you were talking about one of those mesh ones, like an actual laundry bag.
Oh no, these are a cloth, or at least the ones I have.
Like little dry bags. Yeah.
So what, Bug out Bushido? What are you dye? What did you say? You made a video where you dye one of those. What are you talking about? Dye what? And by the way, you guys, with that stool stuff, I actually found one of these. I got to get it out of the bag. course. You know, they stuff them in there really nice. But I actually found one of these at that Army surplus. That's right here.
What is that?
Mini stool.
It's a mini stool.
You got a chair that folds up to the size of your ball cap? That's awesome. I want one.
Yeah, my boy's got one of those.
It's a freaking mini stool. It's got a little deal on the bottom here that you got to flex it in pretty good to get it to. I mean, once they had one on display, and I sat down on it, and man, I mean, it was pretty damn sturdy. So
What's
yeah,
the weight limit on it?
I think it was like 400 pounds or something, man.
No way. That's awesome.
It was a lot, dude. It tripped me out. And
That's worth picking up.
That's how far it folds up like that right there, and it don't weigh
You can
nothing.
nearly put that in your back pocket.
Comes with a little carrying case. Keep it in.
What's that called?
It's made by Rothko. Just called a folding
stool. Weren't you listening?
A folding stool, man. I don't know. I seen it over there, and it was $17.95. I was like,
made by Rothko.
Yeah. I was like, shit, that'll work.
It's a whole lot better than the wood and hunter orange canvas one I have.
Yeah, they came in
There's
different.
one for $8.
They came in different designs or different camos and shit. I just bought the woodland camo because woodland works well here.
Yep.
I had a quick question for maybe the novice prepper or somebody that is on a budget. What's your best find at a yard sale or a farmer's market or something like that?
An 8-inch cast iron skillet for $1.
Country Living grain mill for $50.
I actually got a Dutch oven there for $10. Big old nice Dutch oven. Had the lid and everything, and it also had a it's got a the basket, like fish fry basket or French fry basket, that you can dip in and out of it. It came with one of them too, with a little handle that comes off and sticks down inside there and shit. It's pretty nice. It was cheap too.
Yeah. My wife gets Dutch ovens for free.
I don't even want to go there. I knew as soon. I swear to y'all, as soon as I said Dutch oven, I was like,
Have to troll a little bit, right?
Right. Yeah, yard sales and flea markets and stuff like that, man. They're it's not a bad deal to go and hit. Where'd Buff Muff go?
His internet probably dropped him again.
Yeah, I mean, some of this stuff, man, you can, them old flea markets and stuff, especially when you start going out to the country, you can find a lot of them hand drills and, crowbars, and you can find a lot of that stuff, man, of old school stuff, it's built out of real good material.
Yeah, that's where I found most of my hand tools. One thing that probably one of my favorite is old wash basin and the cannon for it.
Yep.
You lose power, you lose your running water. You're gonna have to have a way to do it, and if you have a designated spot for it, there it is.
Go look at Arkansas Living, and he's got a video on his channel where he built a little wash tub thing out of a 5-gallon bucket and a lid and a plunger.
Yeah, that was pretty cool.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can
You can get a 5-gallon bucket for like $4 or $5. You can get a plunger for $2 or $3, and you just cut a hole in the lid, man, and you just put some water in there and put your clothes down in there and sit there and just plunge it, just like you're making butter. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I've seen those. They're pretty neat.
Yeah, Arkansas Living did one on his channel. Sure did.
About to bring that up. If I can find the right screen. There we go.
Volume. You got your headphones on, so you're gonna have to share the audio.
Is it coming through?
Nope. You're gonna have to share your audio when you so click out of that real quick, and then go back to where it says screen share. And when you click on screen share, there'll be a little button up there that says share audio.
Alrighty.
I forgot. Let's see.
And that's how you get the video taken down.
Yeah, you go to share screen. I think you have to go to Chrome tab.
I'm using 2 different browsers.
Yeah, you go to Chrome tab. When you share audio, up there you'll see where it gives you an option of entire screen, window, or Chrome tab. If you'll go to Chrome tab and share audio down there in the bottom left hand corner and click that and then hit share.
Yeah, it's not going to let me do that. I'm using 2 different browsers, Chromium and Chrome.
Oh, I can pull it up.
Okay.
Come on, you stupid thing.
Well, I'm gonna get off here. Y'all have a good one.
You too, Tank. Thanks for coming up.
Man, I sure appreciate it. Tank, thank you for the info tonight, bro.
Yeah.
You gave. That's why I say, man, I don't think that I've got it all figured out. I hope nobody else thinks they've got it all figured out. I hope that, we can share this kind of information and make each other think, and one situation may be completely different from the next,
Yeah. Oh,
So thank you, bro.
All right. I appreciate y'all. Y'all have a good one.
You too.
All right.
Thanks, Tank. That's a smart dude right there.
Seems like it. Great thinker, man. That's why I say, this is good stuff when we get on here and we talk about this stuff and try to, make each other think.
Yep.
How do we screen share?
Down at the bottom where all of our individual windows are.
Yeah.
You see a plus that says share, and then invite, or you might not have invite.
No, I don't see it. Oh, hold on.
Are you on a phone?
Yeah.
That makes it a lot more difficult.
All right.
Yeah. The phone is hard to do. I hate even going on StreamYard on my phone. Trying to find that video. But yeah, it's just a 5-gallon bucket. I mean, that's all it is, a 5-gallon bucket with a lid and a $2 toilet plunger, one of them cheap plungers. I mean, it don't take nothing. And you can make you a little small washing machine. Of course, you're not going to wash, a whole lot in a 5-gallon bucket, but right there, I see it.
Right. Hey, Havoc, I just sent you something on Discord. If you could screen share it.
Alrighty. Oh, okay. Now let me bring that down. This monitor. All right, come on, Discord.
Man, I'm scared of Discord.
It won't bite.
It did me. I'm gonna tell you straight up, man. I went into a server that I know this dude's got several $1,000s with the computer system and with all kinds of security, and he fixed my car one time. I just told him what was wrong with it, and he's like, I can tell you exactly. I mean, this dude's freaking intelligent, and it had to do with computer stuff. Anyway, we got hacked. I had to change everything off of Discord.
As far as off-grid power or off-grid water, that's sink hooked up to a 12-volt pump, run off of a 1,250-gallon tank.
Right.
That also runs timed irrigation for the garden and a regular garden hose.
Pretty cool. What is the name of that enclosure that you're using?
Actually, that was something I got from work for free and just repurposed it.
Yeah.
I'll have to look and see if I can get the brand name off of that.
Are you talking about that on the bottom right hand corner, the box? Yeah. I actually have a one of the big electrical boxes that we used to use on the gas pads, and somebody throwed it in the trash. There was nothing wrong with the damn thing.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
And I went and I saw it, and I went in there and fished it out. I've got it right over there. It's big.
That was a big desk, and that's a computer enclosure on the right hand side. Put the computer screen and everything. I cut the hole in the top of that where the sink's sitting, just a 1/4-inch plate steel. Set the sink right down in it.
Plain.
Yeah.
Can you make me a mod so I can drop a link, please?
Absolutely.
I mean, you can kick me back off of a mod. I'm just.
This is the first time I've put anybody as mods tonight. Never had enough people to be one.
Well, you really even if you ain't got but 8 or 10, man, you really need at least 1 or 2 mods, man. You really do. Because man, people will go on there, and because you can go to YouTube to the home page, and there's actually up top there's a menu, and you can go to all lives, live streams, and man, you can see everybody that's live, and you can just go through there clicking and trolling and stuff. So yeah, you need mods. I was gonna say the Redneck Prepper for sure. Overall Living, I guess he could be a mod. I don't know. I have a video on my channel, man, where I made a water catchment system in my backyard.
Yeah. I'm going to do that first for my chickens. And I've got one of those electrical cabinets like you're talking about, but that's what I keep my chicken feed stored in.
Here, I see so what I'm doing is I'm gonna hit share down there at the bottom, and then it'll give me an option of video file or screen share. I'm gonna go to screen share, and then it'll pop up screen sharing tips and a big blue thing that says screen share. So I hit screen share. And now see, for me, because I don't use a headset, when you click on that, it'll give you entire screen, Windows, and Chrome tab.
Huh.
You see that?
It didn't show any of those options for me.
Okay, so here, let me cancel it and start over, and you'll have to, if you don't care to big screen, for just a minute, and I'll try to see if I can help you walk through it. Ooh, wow, man, that freaked
Fall
me
into
out.
the hole.
Here, turn that off, man. I'm freaking out.
I'm laughing too hard to hit the button.
So it's basically down there at the share button.
All
You
right.
see that?
Yeah.
You got mic, stop cam, cam mic, share,
No.
leave studio. What do you have
Oh.
at the bottom?
Yeah, I've got share. Yeah.
Okay. So you hit the share button.
Right.
What is it at? What is it? What pops up?
Entire screen, Windows, Chromium tab.
Okay. See, mine does a little different. So go to the Chromium tab.
Well, the only Chromium tab is what we're on. It's a StreamYard.
Okay.
And then I've
So
got Chrome
down at the window that pops up when you hit screen share, does it down at the bottom left hand corner, does it say share audio?
No.
See, mine does. This is the options it gives me. I don't know if you can see that, but it gives me a, let's see.
See if I can do this again.
It gives me a share audio. See that?
Over on the right.
Well, it's on. It's on my left.
Okay.
Everything's opposite on the camera.
Oh yeah.
And then it gives me this option here: entire screen, window, or Chrome tab. You can share audio, but see, now when you don't have a headset on, it causes an echo.
Okay.
So I never share audio, so I just go right over here. Well, dang thing's flipping out on me here. Stop. So there's a share button right down here to the right. See that share, cancel?
Yeah.
So I hit the share button, and it allows, so I click on the one I want, I hit share, and then all I got to do is now, see, there you go right there. So like I said, I don't use a headset, so it, look at there, I got 3 thumbs down on a water catchment system.
I'm just jealous.
So tell me if you can hear this.
Hey guys, this is Backwoods and Prepping.
Yep.
Yep.
My rain catchment system, and it rained and filled this thing up. I don't know how long because I was asleep. So I am going to dump this thing completely out, and because it's the very first time I've ever put water in it, and you know when I got it.
So
and
this is the water catchment system I have out back so far in my personal. I'm gonna add on to it.
Do you have a first flush on that?
Seriously, finally warned.
Ads? Who is this guy think he is? Getting ads on his channel.
Sorry, my neighbors were over there, probably wondering.
Yeah, my neighbors were over there arguing.
Anyway, so I wanted to show y'all real quick what I did. So basically, I just installed my gutters up through here, and took this piece right here and 45'd it up against the house. I put a leaf catchment deal in here, and basically, y'all can see that there. I hope I get that right. Basically, it just, the water comes in there. Any leaves or anything should wash right out of there, and comes down into a T right here, and comes over and drops down in here where I have another filter, and I'll explain that here in a minute. And so the first flush system, basically what happens is this comes down, all your water comes down, and let me get this camera adjusted here real quick. All right, would help I had somebody out here helping me video this. So anyway, so all your water comes down, comes right down here, and you got a valve out here, so all the stuff will come into this pipe first and fill it up. So all your old bird poop and old dirty water and stuff coming off your roof to start out will come in here. So what I'm going to do, because I don't mind to get wet. I am kind of sweet sometimes to people, but I ain't sugar, so I won't melt. So, anyway, so what I'll do is when it starts to rain, I'll come out here and I'm gonna go ahead and open this ball valve up. That way, what happens is all that rainwater and stuff, and it'll come down here and it'll just flush, just keep flushing. So when I felt like when I come out here and check it and it's got some good clean water, I'm going to go ahead and shut this ball valve. This pipe will start to fill up, and I'll show you here, explain this real quick. So basically what will happen is that pipe will fill up, and once it's full, it will start dumping into your catchment. Okay, so one thing I wanted to talk about real quick, let me move this over here where I can kind of show y'all a little bit, is this piece right here. Okay, this water catchment system has settled in because it was full, 330 gallons. That's a lot of weight, and it settled in. Well, it made this piece too short. Okay, too bit.
The neighbors was arguing
So
like hell
basically,
over
what
there.
I'm doing is I'm going to cut a new piece of pipe right here. Not a big deal. I didn't glue it in because I'd read somewhere that that this thing is going to settle. Makes sense, So I'll cut a new piece of pipe. Not a big deal. So anyway, what it does is it comes over here, and I got it where it just drops straight down. I drilled a hole in the bucket here, and it drops straight down into there, and it's got a screen, and this is a paint screen. You can get these screens at any hardware store. Probably get them at Walmart too. I don't know if any of you shop at Walmart. They're like $4 or $3 or $4 for two of them. They're very durable. They last a long time. You can clean them out, and I'll show you what I did here on this one, particular one. So basically, you just pull this lid up like this. You take this screen. When you put this down piece in here, so when you put this piece in, only put it down into the bucket just a little ways. So what I did basically was I cut the bottom off a 5-gallon bucket. Okay, and I don't know if y'all can see that in there or not, but I basically cut the bottom off a 5-gallon bucket. Okay, and then I cut a hole into the containment and installed this bucket. Now this piece drops down in here, and I only put it, as you can see maybe, just a little ways down in there. And the reason I did that, obviously, is that so I can get the screen out. So I'll take the screen out, just take it off like this right here, slide it around the pipe, and voila, you pull your screen out. Now look at all the stuff that the first flush system didn't catch because I just left the ball valve off on shut. So this thing filled up pretty quickly because that's a lot of roof right there. And but still, look at all that trash that this screen caught, and it keeps it from getting inside my fresh water. So anyway, I can take this now. I can clean this out. Not a problem, and not a big deal. So once you get it all cleaned out and everything, you just stick it back in there. Go around that, stick it on your bucket. Boom. Stick your lid back down on there, and good to go. So anyway, and I did paint. Remember, when you do this, when you get these things, these are going to be kind of a clear plastic. If you get one of these style, and you don't want the sun to be shining on your water, and what it'll do is create algae in your water. You don't want that. So it's not a big deal. Just paint. I just took some Krylon paint. They make a plastic paint that adheres to plastic, and that's what I put the base layer down on. Once I put that layer down on, because the plastic paint's a little more expensive. Once I got that plastic paint on there, and I set it, let it sit out here in the sun and bake dry, then I just use some regular old gray kind of colored paint to kind of make it blend with my house a little bit. My house is kind of a grayish blue. They didn't quite have that color in a spray can, but anyway, I painted it just kind of help it blend a little. And you just don't want the sunlight, hitting, that can shine through, and it can't shine through this. And one other thing, you want to have an overflow. So I'm gonna use my lid, and you can see there it's threaded. And basically, all I'm gonna do is get a threaded piece, a pipe, and a fitting, and I'm just gonna um, come up with a 90 and 90 it over just to the outside of the containment here. And just, once it fills up, it'll just overflow into that, into the overflow and just run out on the ground.
Yeah.
And on the end of that 90, what I'm going to do is take a hose clamp and some of that screen repair and cut a piece off there, put it up over the 90, and put that hose clamp on there to hold the screen on. And basically, it keeps any bugs or anything like that from getting into your system here. So, and then one other thing, the ball valve down here. Let me scoot this back. I need somebody to help me film. So basically, this lid goes on there. I'm gonna drill a hole in here. I'm gonna attach a water spigot to hook my water hose to, and it just screws right on here. And, once I get that on there, I'll be able to attach my water hose to it, and I'll be able to water my garden. And so basically, this thing's almost empty. I went ahead and dumped it out, but you can still see that's a lot of pressure on there. And I'm just going to go ahead and let that flush out and everything. We'll go ahead and let
a lot of sediment build up on the bottom.
If y'all have any questions or anything,
you can, yeah. That's why I'm saying. I mean, that's, you got the first flush system on the side there, and if you don't care to get a little bit wet, you go out there. What you can do on that first flush system. So that's the part talking about right here. Basically, so right here, that pipe going upwards, you know what I'm saying? You can take at the top side of it, at that T, and put a reducer on there, a 3-to-2 reducer, or a 4-to-3, reducer, or 4-to-2 works better. And so you can stick it inside that fitting, and you got to cut a little bit off of it, so it'll fit down in there.
Right.
And you just take your other piece of pipe and stick it on there. Well, before you stick that reducer down in there, you stick it like a tennis ball, some type of plastic ball in there. And as it's filling up, it hits that reducer, and then it stops filling up. I mean, you know what I'm saying? It's your first flush system, so all the stuff initially coming off the pipe comes down and comes
trapped
down
in there.
Yeah, it comes down in there, and then you can wash it out, and then that's, once it fills up, you're still going to get some debris and stuff, and that's what the paint screen is for.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, and there's 330 gallons of water right there, and all I've got to do basically is, take a Berkey filter, and I've got 330 gallons of drinking water right there.
Yep.
So it's pretty simple. Pretty simple deal, that I did a lot of studying on it before I built the dang thing, and wanted to. Okay, sorry about that. Redneck Prepper, I had my full screen on over here, so I didn't see the chat. So Dangerous has a couple of different channels, and he's gotten a strike on a channel or two, Redneck. So what I'm gonna do is, actually he's on right now.
Really?
So, yeah, he just went live just now, and let's see. I will share the link because I was like ready to kind of go and hang out with him anyway. We've been on here for 4 hours, and go over there and hang out with Dangerous for just a little bit.
Yeah, we can go ahead and end this one, and then jump over there and harass him for a bit.
Well, let's do this. All right, so just so anybody that watches this video, this live stream, goes back and just lets it play, you're working, whatever. Anybody that has been watching that, um, let's do it again next week, man. I mean, I'm cool
Sounds
with
good.
it, dude. I love to be on these live streams, man, and talk about this different prepping, canning, whatever, we can talk about guns for a while. I mean, I love talking about all this stuff, man. So,
Absolutely.
it really helps a lot when we share information, man. I mean, just it's critical, to share this information. So anyway, yeah, Redneck Prepper, that link right there goes to his
Backup.
channel. Yeah, his channel he's using now. I don't know. I've got all his channels and stuff. I've been live streaming with that dude for like 2 years now. We've had some hellacious live streams, man. God dang, I mean some hellacious live streams. So, but yeah, let's do this. Let's plan on doing this for the next couple of Friday nights, man, and just hanging out and of course, next Friday night, we might have something to do Saturday, so we can't hang out too long. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But
let's do Saturday.
yeah, next Saturday we got some training, bro. So,
Absolutely.
but we can still live stream next week, man. No big deal. And
Yeah.
we'll just cut it off a little sooner so we can get some rest and go to our training on Saturday. But yeah, after that, we can do some more live streams, man. I'll start putting out some videos and try to get some of my subscribers to come over and hang out with us because they, I'm telling you, Ghost Prepper, when me and him do them scenarios, man, people freaking love it, man. We have like 100, we've had up to 130 people in the chat.
Nice.
At a time, and they love these scenarios. And I guarantee you, if they all knew we were doing this tonight, they would be here, and I just didn't have time today to make a video, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And wanted to kind of come on here and fill it out, and I can make a video for next week, like on a Thursday or Friday and say, hey, I'm gonna drop the link below, here's the link that you can come to, and we're doing the same thing. I'll try to get Ghost on here too.
Okay. I appreciate that.
He usually don't mind a bit. Ghost is a good dude. He's smart. God dang, Ghost is smart, dude. And he'd be a great person to have on the panel. And he's got a lot of followers that I don't, and I have followers he don't. And
yeah,
but then we've got a lot of the same followers. So
right.
Yeah, man.
Heck yeah.
We'll see if we can't get something going.
Sounds good.
All right, brother.
All right. Have a good night, everybody. Thank you for coming.
Night.